World, what it do, 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 world. What it do, 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 world. Shalom, beloveds. Wagwan, we youth. We tapped in, we live, baby. And back on everything. Back to the net. Back to the new, fresh week. Getting everything started. And yeah, you know how it go. All around the world, singing song. Yep. Mm. It don't. It's not slowing down. It's actually picking up. Yep, picking up. Got some of this new tea I got. It's actually pretty good. It's doing its job. Anyways, hope everybody good out there. We're gonna hop right into it. You know, got a lot going on. So a lot of these tabs I need to get rid of. So we're gonna chew through all this and see what is going on in the world. You know, while we get through. Hope everybody's good. Hope everybody enjoyed their weekend. You know, there's a lot going on over the weekend. So yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and run down everything and we'll get to it. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Got tons of stuff.
Storms are coming to the United States over the next 7 days, as we are expecting a ton of snow and ice accumulation, in addition to the return of severe weather, which includes things like tornadoes. So in today's forecast, we're going to break down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States over the next 7 days. And we'll begin with what's happening across the country today, which for right now, things are somewhat quiet. We do have a band of moisture that is coming out of the Pacific Ocean, which is actually going to be fueling an elongated area of rain and snow as we go into tonight and tomorrow morning across areas like the Central Plains and back into the Mid-Atlantic and the Ohio Valley. But until then, things are quiet for now, so enjoy the quieter weather while it lasts. Areas like the Gulf Coast and also back through the Northern Plains and the West Coast are quiet for now, but that will change as we go later into this week. Now, we have some big winter storms coming to the United States. The National Weather Service has already issued winter storm watches for those in Kentucky, back into parts of Virginia, West Virginia, Delaware, and even New Jersey. And winter storm watches are also in effect for a different winter storm back over in the Central Plains. And by the time we go into Wednesday, I think there will be a huge area with winter storm watches and warnings, which means we might have a live stream covering that winter storm. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you're not already, so you stay up to date with the latest updates on all these winter storms that'll be happening over the next several days. Now, we have a lot to talk about when it comes to all these winter storms that'll be happening this week in the United States. So let's get right into it with what's happening as we go throughout the daytime today. We are going to have moisture that's coming out of the Pacific Ocean, in addition to colder out of Canada. This is all going to meet in the Central Plains tonight, and we are eventually going to see an elongated area of snow and rain form, in addition to freezing rain, which will lead to some ice accumulation. Eventually, as we go into early Tuesday morning, notice how we are going to be talking about some light to moderate snow back over into parts of Kentucky, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and some light snow forming back over in Nebraska and Kansas. And by the way, if you're back over in the Central Plains, you have multiple shots for snow this week, so don't be too discouraged if you don't see a whole lot of snow on Tuesday. Back over in the Southern Plains into the Dixie Alley, we are going to have heavy rainfall as we go throughout the daytime on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and even into Friday into Saturday, so we are expecting some flooding in those areas. Eventually, as we go later into Tuesday, notice how heavy snowfall starts to ramp up back over in the Mid-Atlantic, including areas like Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, and even back into Maryland and Delaware, in addition to some light snow still falling in the Central Plains. And eventually into Wednesday morning, we are still dealing with some moderate snowfall back over in the Mid-Atlantic region, in addition to freezing rain, which will lead to ice accumulation back over in parts of northern North Carolina and even into southern Virginia. And then eventually, as we go into Wednesday afternoon, things start to dry up a little bit, even though there's still maybe some light freezing rain and snow out there. But our next winter storm will ramp up as we go into Wednesday. So we're going to have back-to-back winter storms here, and this one is going to explode back over in the Central Plains. Plains, where we're going to have some moderate to heavy snowfall back over in eastern Kansas and northern and central Missouri, freezing rain across parts of Oklahoma, northern Arkansas, and even into southern Missouri. And this will continue to ramp up as we go throughout the daytime on Wednesday. Eventually, by the evening hours, that heavy snowfall is moving into the Midwest and also through the Great Lakes region, while freezing rain and sleet continue back over in a very thin area in southeastern Missouri and also southern Illinois. Eventually, as we go into late Wednesday night into early Thursday morning, this continues to move towards New England, in addition to New York and as well as Pennsylvania. And keep in mind that there's actually a risk for severe weather as well on Wednesday back over in the deep south and the Dixie Alley. And we're going to talk more about that here in just a moment. And then eventually, as we go later into Thursday morning, heavy snowfall is moving across central and northern New England. Much of New York will also be dealing with that, with more of a wintry mix back over in southern New England and parts of Pennsylvania. And eventually, as we go later into Thursday, this starts to move out with only light snow remaining. And by the way, that's not the last winter storm that we're dealing with this week. We got another one as we go into Saturday and as well as into Sunday, and that is all because of a large atmospheric river event that'll be taking place on the West Coast. And this entire area of energy is going to move over the Rocky Mountains as we go into Friday night, and then eventually into Saturday, we're going to be dealing with a large area of snow and as well as even some severe weather, especially back over in the deep south as we go into Saturday afternoon and evening. Notice how there will be some heavy snowfall back over in the Great Lakes region, even parts of the Midwest and also through the Northeast. A little bit of freezing rain, which could lead to some ice accumulation, will also be a possibility, and then an elevated risk of severe weather is likely as we go into Saturday afternoon. And then eventually, as we go into Sunday morning, that snow continues back over in the Northeast, and depending on how fast we see that cold air usher in from behind, we could even see a brief transition to snow back over in the mid-Atlantic region as well. And then eventually by late Sunday, this is all moving offshore, and then eventually things are quieter for the beginning of next week. So it's going to be very active over the next 7 days. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you're not already, because we're going to keep you posted with the latest on all of these winter storms. Now let's talk more about how much snow and ice we can expect out of these winter storms, and we'll begin with what's going to be happening over in the mid-Atlantic as we go into tomorrow and Wednesday. We are currently forecasting a large area to see at least 2 to 4 inches of snow, but there will be many locations, especially back over in northern Kentucky, also back into West Virginia, and many areas back over in northern Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware that pick up as much as 4 to 8 inches of snowfall. Here's a closer view here of the mid-Atlantic. Again, keep in mind that these numbers could be a bit higher. A lot of models have been indicating upwards of even 12 inches of snowfall in a pretty large area. I'm not saying we're going to see that much snow, but I do think most areas here will see between 4 to 8 inches of snowfall, especially if you are in any of this purple area here back over in parts of southern Maryland, Delaware, and back into northern Virginia. And if I'm in this area, I would be preparing for upwards of 10 inches of snowfall. I'm not saying you will see that much snow, but that is the potential capability of this winter storm as we go into Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, especially if the snow remains heavy over a long period of time, which is a possibility. There are many models right now that are indicating much higher amounts of snowfall in these areas, which I'll show you in just a moment. Also, back up into New Jersey, definitely prepare there for around 3 to 6 inches of snow on the southern side of the state. Now, in terms of ice accumulation, it is not going to be very significant if you're back over in Maryland, New Jersey, or even back into Delaware. However, if you're back over in central Western Virginia or even back into West Virginia, many areas here will pick up as much as 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulation. And this type of ice accumulation will mostly impact untreated roadways, which will make things slick out there, maybe some isolated power outages. Now, this is a model that is indicating an absurd amount of snowfall. Now, I'm not saying we're going to see this much snow, but the NAM 12K model is showing a ton of snowfall here across Kentucky and also northern Virginia, West Virginia, and Delaware. This is a very high-end scenario. I don't think we're going to have a widespread area between 10 to 14 inches of snowfall. However, I am just telling you right now that this, again, could overperform compared to what I just showed you a moment ago when it comes to snowfall accumulation. So keep that in mind. Again, I don't think we're going to see this much snowfall, but there could be a few isolated locations that get up near a foot of snow out of this winter storm. And then back over in the Central Plains, we will have a little bit of snow out there as we go throughout Tuesday and even into early Wednesday, but this isn't really going to stack up into much. What is going to stack up into a lot of snow will be the winter storm that we're going to be dealing with as we go into Wednesday, and that's mostly during the afternoon hours. Notice how a large area will likely pick up between 4 to 8 inches of snowfall across Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, and Missouri. I know many of you in Iowa and Nebraska are begging for snowfall. There is snow coming. Trust me, we're going to have some snow here as we go into Wednesday and early Thursday. And then as we go later into Wednesday night into early Thursday morning, that snow will spread back over into the Midwest, the northern Ohio Valley, and Michigan. Again, this is a general idea of how much snow you can expect. There will be some changes to the forecast as we are still a couple of days out. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest updates. And just for comparison, this is what the GFS model is showing as we go throughout the daytime on Wednesday into early Thursday, showing that large swath of snow to be around 2 to 6 inches across areas in the Central Plains and the Midwest. It's also further down to the south, which is why I'm saying that there could be some changes to the forecast here over the next couple of days. There is definitely some model discrepancy here, but nonetheless, we are going to see snow, I think, in many areas in the Central Plains and also into the Midwest. And the national blend of models, which essentially blends together a bunch of different computer models all into one graphic, is indicating a ton of snow, especially as we go even into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But the bulk of the snow would probably come as we go into Sunday and early Monday as we get that next winter storm that rolls across the Midwest and then eventually cuts into the Northeast. We could be talking about upwards of 1 to 2 feet of snow in a large area across northern New England. Now, granted, a lot of the snow will come over 3 different events. However, a lot of it is going to likely come from that winter storm as we go into Sunday, as long as the forecast stays on track. And between now and Wednesday, we are expecting some ice accumulation, mainly across central, western, and northern Oklahoma, and also back into parts of southern Missouri and southern Illinois, and a little bit of ice accumulation is possible back over in parts of the Ohio Valley. In general, we are not expecting anything very significant in terms of like power outages, for example, but there will be some travel impacts, especially for roads that are untreated. And areas like Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle may have more problems than other areas. So keep that in mind. And while the bulk of this ice accumulation will happen on Wednesday, there could be some ice accumulation as we go into Tuesday afternoon and evening in areas like the Southern Plains. So keep that in mind. Stay safe on the roadways and be aware, because there could even be some icing and you might not even know it. And if I didn't go in depth to your region in terms of snowfall, we are expecting a lot of snow again across areas like the Midwest, the Central Plains, and back into the Northeast, where many areas could pick up as much as 8 to 16 inches of snow just over the next 7 days. And again, that could come over a couple of different events, so it's not all going to fall at once for most of these areas. Back into the Mid-Atlantic as well, we are expecting some significant snowfall accumulation. Most of that will be Tuesday into Wednesday, and then back into the Rockies and West Coast, we're expecting a lot of snowfall there in the higher elevations as those atmospheric river events do continue. So again, it's going to be a very busy next 7 to 10 days. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest updates. I do think we have a couple of chances here to be live this week for both severe weather and as well as winter storm coverage. Now, in terms of the severe weather threat, the main concern right now is Wednesday and Saturday. I think Wednesday is not going to be a really big day, but there could be some isolated severe storms back down into the deep south and the Dixie Alley, mainly near the Gulf Coast, where some damaging winds, hail, and a couple of tornadoes will be possible. I personally think that our greatest threat for severe weather will end up being Saturday. It does not appear as if this is going to lift that far to the north. I think this is also going to be really confined here to the Gulf Coast and the southeast. In terms,
why it look like a bird? Is it me? You got a wing right here. You got a wing right here. And you got that little tail right there and the head right there. That look like a bird to me, like a pterodactyl, a phoenix, a woodpecker. I don't know. That just popped out to me, y'all.
in terms of the threat of severe weather,
And not only that, just even beforehand, when they show these models like in faster motions, when you look at it going from left to right, it looks like a person is walking to the East Coast. Every time they speed it up, every time I'm looking at it. So just keep that in mind when y'all looking at that. It looks like a person every time. And it looks like it's always a face coming right off of the Rocky Mountains. It's like a face that pops up either. It usually typically pops up before it hit the Rocky Mountains, that it forms, and then it looks like a big old baby egg in the middle right here, and then it walks off like it's a person. So that's what my analogy has always been when I've looked at these. I'm just now seeing this little bird thing now.
damaging winds, hail, and a few tornadoes are currently my main concerns. I could see us having an outbreak here of severe weather, and if more moisture pulls to the north, I think our threat of severe weather could actually be a lot larger here across the southeast. So we really need to watch Saturday very closely. Nonetheless, I think severe weather is possible. Exactly what the details are, again, are uncertain, as we still are several days out from this event happening. And one threat that is not being talked about enough with all these winter storms is the amount of rainfall that could come out of this, back through areas like the Southern Plains, into the Ohio Valley and Dixie Alley, where we are currently thinking a
Tennessee is going through it like badly. All of the Alabama, Tennessee, all of these really predominantly, slave traded areas is definitely. And then just bringing up just the fact that like a lot of these roads are not they're not treated. There's nobody out working. There's nobody out working. There's nobody out working right now. So yes, many of these roads are untreated. So what is going on? There's cause and effect. You have several car accidents right now. There's plenty of people that I know that work in a job driving the vans and get into little ringing dings, getting dinged up out here. Like this is a serious thing. It's just not just one isolated area. This is reaching off maximum capacity everywhere.
Widespread 4 to 8 inches of rain is going to occur back over in areas like Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia. And even then, we're still going to be talking about some relatively significant rainfall over the next 7 days when it comes to at least 2 to 4 inches of rain across areas like Louisiana, Arkansas, and back into the mid-Atlantic region. So definitely be on alert here, especially if you are in a low-lying area or an area that is already prone to flooding. It is definitely going to be a dangerous next 7 days because a lot of this rain will stack up and it's just going to keep coming. Again, most of this rain, by the way, will be falling as we go into Saturday and Sunday. And as always,
Exactly. They're not going to tell you everything on the news. That's why we got to be able to dissect it the way we do. So, yeah, let's look at the big boy. Let's look at the big boy. See what we're looking at before we get started. We still got more to come. I got to start on the East Coast. Start on that China. Let's see what we got going down here in New Zealand. Always start off down there. Pretty quiet. I mean, you still got you got two of them right here. That's three right there. You still got Australia still on fire. Definitely with all the bird flu, placed on quarantine. And how all of a sudden all the birds are sick. All of a sudden all the birds are sick. But all of this, all the Indonesia and all that, forget about it. It's all messed up. That's three of them coming out now. No, that's two or three different patterns. So formulated into one to pick up into another one. And then I wonder if this one will swallow it up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's coming right into that trajectory right here where it may just get swallowed up and become one humongous, storm. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Because the show did just turn around from Africa. Yeah, it disrupted all the water. They didn't even give it no faces water crisis. They didn't even want to give it no water. That's crazy. You got all throughout Africa. It is on fire in this whole region. It is just bad. I've never seen this one. What is this called? Shell reports oil spill in Nigeria after Saver pit overflows. Okay. So you got plenty of unrest and everything going on out there. Obviously, you still got a bunch of stuff going on. Obviously, war. It's 124 of these things, so it's just a mess. I don't even like looking at Israel just because of that. 33 dead from counterfeit alcohol consumption in Turkey. That's what I was bringing up too. A lot of people drinking. You got fake alcohol, counterfeit alcohol, y'all. I must say, the moment you start seeing alcohol consumption, man, you're going to see the decline of everything. Why? Because people are going to be incapacitated. They're not going to be able to do any job. They're going to be overthrown and overtaken by spirits. So it's going to be a major. It's the downfall because things are affecting people in a significant way. People stressed out and stuff like that. That's picking up. That alcohol consumption is a serious thing, y'all. It really is. So. Mm. You got major infrastructure not being taken care of, not being handled. People are not being able to work. They're going on strikes. People mad at it because their rent is up now. Their rent is up because all these natural disasters is there. And now you got literally people who just like LA. Once everything got burnt down, all the rent went up to like $50,000 a month. The same thing going on in Spain, everywhere else, France, Peru, you name it, China, Japan. So you got all of these landlords that have been in like the major incorporated uh, property management companies, you know. So yeah, they got people outside right now. Uh, yeah, this cold wave persists in India. Yeah, 3.2 degrees Celsius That's 3 degrees Celsius. That's pretty cold, y'all. It's pretty cold outside. When it's cold outside, I got the month of May. Oil spill, North Korea. Yeah, they be all they stabbing all the kids at the schools now. Yeah, water accident, fishing boat sinks. Yeah, three dead, 6 missing. 3 plus 6 is 9. Yep, that judgment. Got Cambodia. All right, let's bring it over to America. No, what's going on? Did I skip past Europe? Let's get right past Europe, huh? What's this? I ain't never seen that one. Oh, my goodness. Look what's going on in the UK. But yeah, you got Moscow. They injured an electrical fire. I mean, obviously, you got those going on. Baltic Sea. Russian telecom provider reports Baltic Sea cable damage. What is this in Scotland? Isotope accident. Radioactive gas alert at Inverness Court building. Forces staff out. Radioactive in Scotland? I have to look in that. Hold on, let me pull that up. Let me make sure I ain't tripping. Scotland radio. Scotland radioactive accident. See, they're not reporting it. That's interesting. Yep, I knew it wouldn't be up. See, that's why you got man. They're not gonna always tell you exactly what you see. But matter of fact, I just pulled up the report on it right now. Let's see. Yeah, cancer causing radon was discovered. Caused parts of the building to be cleared, raised levels of the radon detected. How did radioactive material even get in there in the first place? Radon is colorless, tasteless, and odorless gas, which is harmful when inhaled. It is produced from the natural radioactive decay of uranium, which is found in all rocks and soils. Okay. It is a major cause of lung cancer and accounts for up to 14% of all cases in the country. Yeah, that's a high number. Anyways, let's keep it going. There's a lot going on. We got to keep it going. Ireland, let's see what's going on there. 300 suspected knife attack. Everybody getting stabbed up. Uh, bird flu. Emergency landing after pilot collapsed. What's going on with the pilot, y'all? That's another one I just saw right now. 150 people evacuated due to suspected gas leak. You gotta understand, a lot of these gas leaks are happening because the infrastructure getting messed up and jacked up. You gotta understand, there's been a lot of earthquakes, been a lot of shaking, a lot of infrastructure that's been moved around, and things are not going as planned, and people are not being able to fix and maintain these things. Methane fire during ice fishing trip. You got a lot of gases. There's a lot of gases popping up somewhere. Fire, New York. Let's see. Got storm in Little Rock, Deep South, Alabama. What's going on here? Massive shootout. Um, there was earthquakes down here. That was at Radiance. That was the Sea Cruise. This was the other one. I believe that. Well, I don't know if they got over and out of there, but they could have. I don't know how these two are correlated. Why they connected like that? Let me just go back down. Make sure checking on all of Chile. Chile is going through it right now. Chile and Argentina. Brazil going. Everybody getting it. No, there's no exemptions. Um, Major earthquake activity in this whole region right now. Major. and it was right on the rip of this plate right here. So um, we'll we'll tap into that and see what's going on there as well. What's going on in Texas? Measles, yeah, it was a measles outbreak. We've seen that. What is this? Animal rabies case confirmed in Fresno County. What? Several cases of animal rabies have been confirmed in Fresno County. Department says bats in both Reedley and Fresno tested positive for the disease that attacks the nervous system. Several feral cats may have also come in contact with a diseased bat found in Reedley. While no known human exposures have been reported, experts urge people living in Fresno and Reedley to take precautions to protect themselves and their pets. Last October, a rabid bat bit an art teacher in her Dos Lantos classroom as she tried to move it outside. 60-year-old Leah Seneg got sick and died a month later. Wow. Damn. That's not that's not good. That's not good getting bit by a bat. Oh yeah, I didn't see I forgot. But that's what's going on around me. I don't know. I don't know. I rebuke all that. Keep all that. So make sure we cover Alaska and then that'll be it. Still got that accident up there. Still got the earthquakes up there. This corner, it's quiet. But anyways, we'll go back and check on everything else. That's what's going on around the world real quick. But bring it back because there was some stuff going on here.
All right, there we go. How's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to a Monday. It is the Earthmaster out here, 9:58 a.m. California time. February 10th, 2025 is the date. Feels like I just said that. Goodness. All right. So we got a decent earthquake swarm out here on the San Andreas Fault in Southern California. This is the southern branch of the San Andreas Fault. It's been locked and loaded here for over 300 years, and we got a swarm on it, specifically right on the plate boundary right now. It all started off this morning with a.
I grew up in this whole area, y'all. I grew up in this whole area from Ontario right here, all the way to Rancho Cucamonga, to Fontana, Bloomington, around this whole box right here. Well, it's not a box, but rectangle area. So all throughout there is definitely always shaking.
A little one pointer. I believe that's from just after midnight. But the intense swarming that's taking place right now, with some threes involved, is right up against the mountain range here, right where the San Andreas Fault, Pacific Plate, and the North American Plate meet. 3.5, a three-pointer. A lot of that activity showing up here on the seismograph stations, as noted on the China Lake station, picking up a lot of that earthquake activity. Going to have to watch this pretty closely here, folks, because, 300 years has passed since we've seen any major rupture out here across the southern branch of the San Andreas Fault, and it's not good. One has to wonder if something like this could trigger the built-up strain that's been out here.
Exactly, yeah.
Might be a good test here today.
Yeah.
It's been a little while since we've seen any specific swarming like this on the San Andreas Fault itself. Of course, up north along the creeping segment and sometimes the Parkfield segment, we'll get some a little bit of swarming. But, yeah, this is not what you want to see here on the start of a Monday with earthquake activity directly on a fault system, a plate boundary here that's well overdue for an 8.1 earthquake. Maybe this is where we're going to see our 8-pointer. Maybe not. A lot of people think, nothing's going to happen. It's that mindset right there that will make you a statistic. You don't want to become a statistic.
Exactly.
You want to be prepared for natural hazards and disasters for, if you want to survive. So we got to watch that pretty closely. Got, looks like the only area that's swarming down here right now, and it's just not on a good spot here,
That's
folks.
not. I promise y'all that is the worst spot. I promise y'all that whole little area right there is where I love it. That's where I'm from. That is the worst dangerous spot right now to be right now for everybody I know that's family out there. But wait, I ain't trying to spook nobody, but I'm just saying you know, y'all know I always kept my eye on the prize, but to see things going on now, it's like I've been paying attention. I've been paying attention, and so I'm just trying to let my folks know that that's you need to be prepared. And they've always seen me as one person in the family or a homie, as a friendship, anything like that. That has always been looking out and been prepared in certain circumstances like this. So
If anything, it looks like the magnitude level here has been increasing since this morning. Start off as a couple ones, and now we're up in the 3 range there. A couple of them. Largest being a 3.5. So this is something to watch pretty closely here today, as the San Andreas Fault is hopefully not coming to life, but one of these days it is, right? We keep putting this off. We keep
putting it off.
Being complacent year after year.
Yeah.
With this activity right now happening directly on the San Andreas Fault,
directly on it.
Not a good day to be complacent. All right, so continue to watch that pretty closely. A little swarm out there across the Las Vegas area, that is northwest of Las Vegas. This region kicked up last year as well, roughly about the same time we've seen increasing movement out here across Southern California. So this is a good sign of strain out here against the West Coast when we see that pressurization
exactly.
inland.
Yeah.
Northern California, pretty quiet. Not a whole lot going on there for now. Pacific Northwest, relatively scattered activity around the Cascades. Nothing major going on. Yellowstone National Park. Let's go check that out here real quick, see what we got, and we'll check out the Grease activity, which is still ongoing. A little bit of earthquake activity there at Yellowstone. I see a couple spikes there on the seismograph stations. Nothing big. These are, well, this one right here looks like about 5 hours or so ago. That would probably match up maybe with this, a 1.7. Yeah, so nothing big going on. Just a little small microquake out there today. Texas, rest of the country, pretty quiet aside from the oil fields getting hit. Taking a look here at the Santorini area of Greece. Got continued earthquake activity out here.
It's creeping too.
The last one, a 4.3 in the mix up here.
That's so big though.
4.8.
4.0s.
Earlier this morning as well. Staying pretty consistent in terms of the multitude of counts. If we look at the refresh this, make sure this is latest information.
So consistent.
I don't know what happened here. The data went offline for a minute. That's why we're not seeing any data over here, but it looks like it just came back on. So I don't know if they did maybe an instrument adjustment or something there with that Raspberry Shake data station, but it went offline. I don't think in regards to any, some type of big event out here. It just looks like the data went offline for a minute. Someone may have did something there to adjust it. I don't know. But either way, there's the earthquake activity continuing, mainly focused here across that center portion, just outside the Colombo volcano to the northeast here. Santorini down here. Got all this activity from yesterday. But a decent cluster of events, more localized up north here today, originally where that started, as far as that earthquake swarm started down here. But, as we seen yesterday, migration going on down towards the Santorini area. If we look at the seismograph station, let's refresh this. This is the recorded data in the last 24 hours. Still got, those 4-pointers here. These red thick lines and blue thick lines that are off the chart are the 4-pointers, upper 4s, and a lot of the smaller ones in here in the background and the foreground here, showing some 2s and 3s out there. So it hasn't gone away. It looks like overnight, similar to the other night, it was a little quieter. You can see the seismograph station lines there in the background. But today it looks like it's kicking back up, ramping back up. That appears to be the trend out here. Interesting, but no new information here to report on this earthquake activity. I'm still thinking this is along the lines of volcanic, and we will see here eventually. We noticed that migration pattern here, mainly yesterday towards the Santorini area. Today's events, let's see here. It's still spread out. Definitely spread out here in the last 24 hours. Got a linear fashion, and it's pointing towards the Santorini volcano. And that has some potential to be a violent eruption if things are being escalated towards that type of scenario. But we'll continue to keep an eye on it, folks. As far as the rest of the globe goes, flat scale model Earth, however you want to look at it, mainly, what do we got here? Some 4s, some 5s out there in the Indonesia Islands area. Got nothing major across Japan for now. Just most of the movement crunching out here across the crunch zone,
Exactly.
the Indonesia Islands area,
It's crunching
northward
them.
into Taiwan. Back and forth earthquake activity here yesterday. I was expecting some of this seismic gap zone to fill in the middle of these 5-pointers, but that never did happen.
You talk about a lot of this crunch. You got to think about a lot of these people were very passive and apathetic when the plight and the curse was upon us. You know, you got a lot of these Indonesian Filipinos that just, they took the bag and they were against us too. They would marry into the family and take everything you got, leave all of your estate to their families and their cats, So you gotta be mindful of these things and why these things are happening for these reasons. You got a lot of people that, they may not have, whipped this with a chain or a whip or a belt, but they showed they do a lot of other things. So yeah, nobody's exempt from all of this. So when this is going on and this massive amount of earthquake going on and these floods and these tsunamis and stuff like that, yeah, you can't put none of that. You can't just take that off the table.
Hasn't taken place yet anyway. But yeah, some 5.9, a couple other 5s out there around Vanuatu and then Solomon Islands there yesterday. I should say late last night, early this morning. But keep an eye on that with that type of bouncing back and forth there. New Zealand 3.2. Nothing big going on down there for now. Same for South America. The Atlantic Ocean, pretty quiet. I think all eyes right now on Santorini and Southern California, where we got that earthquake swarm coming in. And by the way, I do have a number of seismograph stations there. The main one to watch is going to be China Lake. That looks like it's picking up some other earthquake activity there in the background as well, some smaller quakes. And the USGS not showing a lot of these smaller ones, but they are legit earthquakes happening there. The latest one they're showing a 1.9, but as you can see here, when we bring the amplitudes down a little bit, there's a number of quakes here in the last few minutes. Maybe they'll get to them, maybe they won't. Either way, it's a swarm on the San Andreas Fault. All right, space weather activity here real quick, see what we got for the sun. All things going down in terms of the flaring activity out here. Really not expecting any major flaring here for now. There is a area out on the eastern limb here.
Coming around the corner.
Fairly large coverage area, but
coming around the corner.
It's got this one little central core area that doesn't look all that fancy.
No, it don't.
In fact, it looks like it may be decaying a little bit, but we'll continue to watch that area. Our active region over here is saying goodbye off on the western limb. So we're going to enter into a little quiet period here of solar flaring. Aurora possibilities here continue tonight. Over the next couple nights, there's been a number of coronal holes that have been facing us. That's just your typical high-speed solar wind stream that can have an enhancement on the aurora activity. So watch for that over the next couple nights here. It's been off and on this morning and last night with the auroras up to almost a G1 class storm, not because of any CME, mainly 100% due because of the coronal holes that have been facing us. Let's check out the close approach asteroids here. Where am I? Oh, there we go. How did I miss that? I was right over it. It's a Monday. I can use that excuse, right? Pretty safe out there. Really safe. I was looking at 2024 YR4 last night, and it looks like this
amazing.
Is really close to the Earth in
It's an amazing map.
2032.
Never seen this one.
These statistics here of it impacting the planet go up and down, and they will continue to do so. But
wow, look at that.
I want to make a specific video on this.
That's
so
amazing.
You guys can see what I'm seeing and how close of an impact or how close of a potential impact this could be in 2032 and what we can do to potentially
Oh, I
divert
love
that
this.
asteroid
I love that.
from hitting the planet, because they do have the technology, right? It's been done to make even a slight adjustment in regards to maybe offsetting the course of that asteroid. Not a huge asteroid, it's up to 100 meters, and that's actually pretty big, right? If you really think about it, up to maybe 300 feet or so. That would do some damage if it hit the ground. And it's a pretty solid chunk of an asteroid, too. It's not a loose bunch of rocks or any
Depending on
light
that density.
material. It's a pretty hefty, not an iron material, but definitely a solid rock. 2024 YR4 is, and it could do some damage. Definitely hit the ground if that were to make that close approach there on 2024 or 2032. But we'll check that on another date, because that's going to take a little while. Severe weather, not a whole lot there in the next coming days. California and Southern California, well, Northern and Southern California. We got
Look at this.
decent.
Ooh, watch. Anytime I see him doing this, y'all, it looked like I said, it looked like a face, then turn into an egg, and turn into an arrow coming from the north, and it's shooting down at Washington, D.C., or right off the X marks the spot. It looks like a person is just waking up and they start walking. I don't know, but that's just what it, every time I see it, it just shows to me.
Amount of precipitation coming this way. We'll put the model into motion. Looks like the first storm here weakened a little bit. That was mainly aimed at Southern California. They're going to get rain, but it looks like more so from the second storm system here. So yeah, enjoy. Hopefully it doesn't flood too bad down there in Southern California, but I know you guys need the snow and the rain.
Like right there. Did
After
you just see that? It
we
looked like a
enter back
person
into
walked.
the- Looks
It
like
looked
more
like a
so
person
from the
walked.
second storm system here.
Right there. And then the next one.
So yeah, enjoy. Hopefully it doesn't
Walk.
flood too bad down there in Southern California, but I know you guys need the snow
Walk.
and the rain.
Look at walk right
After
there.
that, we enter
like it's
back
walking.
into this boring pattern where high pressure out on the West Coast brings a cold air down here across the rest of the country. So, man, February looks awfully cold.
Walking. Look at it walking. Like
for
you got a leg
areas
right there.
east of the country, east of the Rockies.
Like it just
here.
ran.
California
ran off
high
the
and
land.
dry after
The leg there and knee.
this week's storm.
Look at that walking. Like they're taking turns going
All right,
walking out.
I'm out of here, folks. Keep your eyes on the San Andreas Fault.
That looked like that was walking, y'all. Yeah.
Any type of swarming there on the San Andreas Fault, obviously that's well within triggering range,
Yeah,
right?
well.
It's directly on this area. Be prepared. Today could be the day. Maybe it's not. You know, I see comments every day. Oh, nothing's going to happen. I'm sure a couple of folks are laughing right now. Well, because I read those comments. But those comments right there, it's showing complacency. It's not good.
That part.
Got to be prepared here, because that's interesting, right? Right on the southern branch of the San Andreas Fault, we have a swarm today. We'll catch you guys later.
And that's right in that mountain, right there with Big Bear and Crestline, and yeah, it's a beautiful view though, right off of those mountains though. I ain't gonna lie, but yeah, you got plenty of volcanoes blowing up though. You got a lot of activity. So and things are getting pulled from under the ground. You know, it's knocking all the soft dirt out of the way, you know, making all these sinkholes and showing that the infrastructure that we've been living on is like, there's like no ground under us, you know? It's like we're just floating in the middle, you know? I don't know. Things are just getting revealed as we go along.
As of February 10th of 2025, there are currently 48 volcanoes which are actively erupting around the
48 volcanoes?
planet, a total which is 4 more that were erupting last week. One of these erupting volcanoes is Italy's famed Mount Stromboli, which since it has been near continuously erupting for the last 5,000 years has been nicknamed the Lighthouse of the Mediterranean. This is owed largely to the fact that its persistent orange glow is often visible from a fair distance. Stromboli generally produces a moderate-sized explosion about once every 10 to 20 minutes, which throws bombs of lava into the air and emits moderate amounts of ash in what is termed a Strombolian eruption, which, as you might have guessed, was named after this volcano. And now, here are this week's top volcano-related news stories. In Chile, a major change occurred to the towering and scenic Lascar volcano, as what was beforehand a fairly quiet complex this week became the site of a major persistent degassing plume that occurred alongside thermal signatures from its summit. Meanwhile, in Japan, a new volcanic eruption occurred on the famed island of Iwo Jima, creating floating lava balloons and recreating the world's newest volcanic island. Meanwhile, in Greece, the ongoing seismic crisis centered 5 to 35 kilometers northeast of the island of Santorini continued, which has now included more than 8,500 earthquakes of a tectonic origin. That swarm for now appears to be slowly declining in intensity. Normally, such an impactful story would be this week's top news story, but since I have already covered this ongoing swarm and the minor intrusion of magma at the Santorini volcano 4 times in the last week, it will not be included in today's video. And in Hawaii, the famed Kilauea volcano was the site of another spectacular episode of lava fountaining earlier this week, ejecting fountains of lava up to 100 meters or 328 feet into the air. What marked the beginning of Kilauea's 8th episode of eruptive activity began at 9:52 p.m. local time on February 3rd via the effusion of lava at its northern of 2 vents which have repeatedly been active, albeit intermittently, during the last several weeks. Only 2 hours later, at 11:50 p.m., the southern vent a mere 300 feet to the south activated, also ejecting lava fountains to a similar height. This lava fountaining would continue for the next 22 hours before slowly declining during the evening of the following day. The northern vent then ceased erupting at 7:07 p.m., while the southern vent stopped 16 minutes later. In total, approximately half of the caldera floor was covered by lava from this eruptive episode. Based on the summit uplift which resumed at Kilauea once the eruptive episode ended, it appears that we may soon witness a 9th eruptive episode on or around February 11th. Heading over to Japan, specifically 1,220 kilometers south of Tokyo, we have the famous volcanic island of Iwo Jima. Iwo Jima as a whole largely represents a resurgent dome which has been continuously pushed upwards since a powerful ancient eruption which formed its 9.9 kilometer wide caldera due to the refilling of its massive underlying magma chamber. This island has nearly doubled in size since the 19th century, and since the end of World War II it has been uplifted by 66 feet or 20.1 meters. While this has largely occurred at a fairly constant rate of 20 to 30 centimeters a year, the past several years have seen between 50 and 150 centimeters a year of uplift. This has led to one or more eruptions now occurring each and every year, and there currently appears to be a new dominant vent forming known as Nijima. This vent has erupted 5 times during the last 4 years, even forming a new volcanic island which got washed away in 2024, but this vent is now erupting once again. Mind the shaky footage, current activity consists of weak Sartzean explosive eruptions which intermittently eject black and white colored plumes to a modest height of up to 50 meters. The ash from said eruptions has recreated the prior island, which is now about 130 feet wide. Some lava bombs have also been generated which you can see floating and degassing on the ocean's surface, although these will eventually sink some time after they are erupted. Meanwhile, in Chile, an unusually strong degassing plume suddenly emerged from the towering Lascar volcano after nearly 2 years of inactivity, rising prominently several hundred meters above its summit. This occurred alongside an increased rate of hybrid earthquakes, which to me indicates the movement of magma at depth, and seemingly corroborating this, an unusual thermal signature was just detected within its summit crater. While still technically at an alert level of green as of the making of this video, in my opinion, I suggest caution that the Lascar volcano could fairly soon erupt, unexpectedly I might add, without much additional warning. Here is a quick list of all the world's volcanoes which are currently erupting.
Wow.
Additionally, here are some volcanoes showing signs of unrest which are not erupting as of the recording of this video on February 9th of 2025.
Wow.
As a final note, I would like to thank
48 volcanoes are erupting right now. 48.
A major earthquake struck the Caribbean Sea between the coastlines of the United Kingdom's Cayman Islands and Honduras. This occurred at 5:23 p.m. local time, causing the ground to rapidly shake back and forth for 36 seconds, which, although no one lived in the middle of the sea where this earthquake struck, if they had,
Struck for 36 seconds. At 9.
the most intense shaking would have looked something like this, equivalent to about 70% the acceleration due to gravity. As the seismic wave expanded outwards, it would eventually be felt by up to 32 million people across 12 countries, representing the planet's largest earthquake in 21 months. Due to the size and duration of this earthquake, along with the fact that it generated a tsunami, you might have figured that it was quite destructive. However, there were no deaths, no injuries. The tsunami wave only reached a maximum height of 1.6 inches or 4 centimeters, and there are only highly scattered reports of power outages in Belize and Honduras, along with very few reports of cracks that formed in a few structures. In other words, the damage is unlikely to total even $1 million US. So, why exactly was such a major earthquake not deadly? After all, a section of the fault which ruptured moved by up to a whopping 12 meters or 39.4 feet in a mere 36 seconds.
Wow, that's
The answer
crazy.
for this is twofold. First, let us look at why this earthquake occurred. If you look at the area between the nations of Jamaica and Cuba, you will see a vast, deeper feature known as the Cayman Trough.
Yep, let's talk about it.
This trough, which is more than 4 kilometers or 2.5 miles deeper than the surrounding seafloor in some areas, represents the boundaries of 2 tectonic plates.
Yep.
These plates are the North American plate to the north and the Caribbean plate to the south. The aforementioned trough is not expanding both to the north and south like you might think, but instead contains a spreading center which is pushing it apart to the east and west.
Wow.
This movement and related strain causes the boundary between the 2 tectonic plates to slide past each other on what is known as a strike-slip fault, sometimes causing strain to build up to such an extent that a major earthquake is eventually triggered. In the case of this latest earthquake, that involved an area moving by a few millimeters to up to 12 meters that measured 125 kilometers or 77.7 miles long and 15 kilometers or 9.3 miles wide. Because
That's a lot of 77 sevens and 9.3s.
strike-slip faults do not involve a significant vertical motion component to them, they only rarely generate large-scale destructive tsunamis through displacement of water in very specific circumstances, one example of which is through the generation of submarine landslides.
Yep.
In this case, no significant underwater landslides appear to have occurred, although some minor motion is likely responsible for the small observed 4-centimeter tsunami. As to why damage on land was so light, location.
Yeah.
While the major strike-slip earthquake had a fairly shallow epicenter of 10 kilometers or 6.2 miles depth, the strongest ground shaking caused was only equivalent to an MMI 4.5, which looks like this, and, as you can see by the description for that level of shaking, it makes perfect sense why only negligible, if any, damage occurred. So, what happens next? Probably a few aftershocks of a smaller magnitude. While we cannot predict how many aftershocks or earthquakes induced by the main shock will now occur, generally speaking they follow a nice declining 1/x pattern over time, meaning they decrease in abundance as the hours, days, and subsequent weeks progress. However, the largest aftershock tends to be about 1.2 magnitudes smaller than the main shock, meaning that the most likely largest aftershock will have a magnitude of approximately 6.4. With this in mind, strike-slip earthquakes tend to produce fewer aftershocks than earthquakes associated with other fault line types, so the odds of a magnitude 6.4 or larger aftershock happening is probably under 50% rather than being strictly about 50%. A few keen-eyed viewers might have noted an apparent and suspicious long-term trend along this plate boundary where each magnitude 6.5 plus earthquake occurred further to the east along the fault line than the prior such event. While this might look like a true pattern, it isn't actually one, it is pure coincidence, as you can see when I overlay all magnitude 6 plus earthquakes which have struck since 1976.
Wow.
As a final note, I would like to thank my new YouTube channel member, Pam D.
That's deep. That's like it's spreading apart and opening up. something from under, and we know what it is, but we seen it, It just feels like that was just, the calisthenics. Like it was just stretching, that ain't too. The thing is, like people in 83 is not taking it serious. They take it like I read the comments on all of this, and they don't take it serious. They don't think things are happening, but when these things happen, it's like, oh my goodness, this happened to me. This happened to me. This happened to me. It's like, oh, now you want to believe it? So this is this is the tsunami information or the waves that hit during that time. 100,000 plus evacuated.
Join me as I try to stay calm and document my experience during a massive 7.6 magnitude earthquake that just triggered a tsunami in the Caribbean. A powerful 7.6 magnitude earthquake has struck the Caribbean, sending shockwaves throughout the region and triggering a tsunami warning. The sheer force of this earthquake is staggering, and its impact is already being felt across the Caribbean. The dangers posed by this earthquake cannot be overstated. The most immediate threat is, of course, the risk of a tsunami, which can bring widespread destruction and loss of life to coastal communities. The speed at which tsunami can strike is terrifying.
Oh, it's terrifying. Look at that. Oh,
To evacuate or seek safety.
it took all the water and brought it back, and that flooded everything.
The power of a tsunami wave is unmatched, capable of leveling entire cities
What is that?
and
Oh, that's a
towns
back
in
or
a
a blue?
matter of minutes.
Hold up. What was that?
Entire cities.
What is that?
The
Y'all see this
tsunami
blue?
wave is unmatched.
What is that? I don't know. I see a lot of blue around here. It could be just debris. I don't know. It just looked like a stingray to me. I don't know why it looked like that to me. Like that right there, and then a tail or something right there. I don't know.
Capable of
Am I tripping?
leveling entire
That looked like
cities.
a crystal blue stingray with the tail right there. It's moving in the water like that. I don't know. Anyways.
And towns in a matter of minutes. Coastal communities are always at risk during the tsunami event, and the potential consequences are dire. In addition to the tsunami threat, the earthquake itself has already caused significant damage to infrastructure and buildings. The shaking caused by the earthquake can be intense, causing structures to collapse and trapping people beneath the rubble. The aftermath of an earthquake is always chaotic, with emergency services stretched to the breaking point as they respond to the numerous calls for help. As the situation continues to unfold, one thing is clear. The people of the Caribbean are in grave danger. The full extent of the damage is still unknown, but one thing is certain: the need for urgency and swift action is paramount. every minute counts in a situation like this, and it's imperative that people take immediate action to protect themselves and their loved ones. In the Caribbean, the tectonic plates are constantly shifting, causing earthquakes and volcanic activity. This region is prone to seismic activity, and it's not uncommon for earthquakes to strike without warning. In fact, the Caribbean has a long history of devastating earthquakes and tsunamis, with some of the most destructive events occurring in the past.
You got to think about these particular type of earthquakes in these regions around the whole world. You got to understand a lot of stuff around the world is not built for tough, and any of these cracks in the sediment like that in the foundation of any of these machines and infrastructure, these roads, these bridges, these buildings, those go a long way when you're having consistent, consistent, just like in Santorini. This is the first of many to come. But just to see these even happening, and I can appreciate seeing the actual infrastructure, because then that goes to show to me shows me the engineering of these structures and how, you know, how long they will last in my eyes, in my opinion. I'm like, oh, okay, if this was such and such amount of, if this was this type of 6.0 or 7.0 or anything like that, how much damage did it do to this building? You know what I'm saying? And how long did it last? Like, say this one was 7.6 and it lasted 39 seconds. How much damage so I'm always measuring by that part to me.
Century. Understanding the geological context of this earthquake is crucial in grasping the scale of the disaster that's unfolding. The tectonic plates involved in this earthquake are the North American and Caribbean plates, which are known to be highly active.
Mm-hmm.
The movement of these plates is responsible
Look
for
at that
the
building.
formation of the Caribbean island chain, as well as the numerous volcanoes that dot the region. The plates are constantly grinding and sliding past each other,
All the power went out.
releasing enormous amounts of energy.
All that
in
you
the
gotta
form
clean back
of
up.
Earthquakes and volcanic
All that work.
eruptions.
All that rebuilding.
As the news of the earthquake and tsunami warnings
Stuff
spread,
falling down,
people rushed
stuff falling
to
down in your
social
car,
media to share their
unfortunately.
experiences and express their concern for those affected. The animation shows the tsunami wave radiating outward from the epicenter of the earthquake, bringing destruction to everything in its path. The affected areas are bracing for impact, with emergency services on high alert. As the minutes tick by, the tension builds, and the anticipation
look at all those
is
buildings.
almost unbearable.
You know what I'm saying? How stable are they? Truly.
The people of the Caribbean are holding their breath as they wait to see the full extent of the devastation. The clock is ticking, and every second counts in this desperate race against time. In this chaotic situation, It's essential to recap the key points discussed. The earthquake that struck the Caribbean is a massive 7.6 magnitude event, capable of triggering a devastating tsunami.
Yeah, and that was in water. It wasn't on land, but that's still in the water. It's still bad.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, regardless if it's on land or on the water. That's a lot of rebuilding. That's a lot of money. So that's a lot of disruption, a lot of chaos, stress. Things add up. All this is adding up.
Transmitiendo en vivo y en directo. Miren, miren, miren la llegada del agua. Vamos a ponernos más atrás.
This is in Peru. Look at that.
Miren la cantidad
It's
de
in
agua.
Peru. Oh my goodness. And you ain't getting out of that.
Esta es la cantidad de agua, miren señores. Cantidad de agua.
And that's coming up right on them. While they over here
Los palos,
standing,
las ramadas, adelante.
about to get swept right into it.
Déjalo, que está corriendo para allá. No le tienes
Look at that.
Oye, viene.
Yeah, babies crying and everything. Just moving.
Ay, sí se va a mover, creo, el puente.
Babies crying because they're seeing the adults panic.
Oye, harta agua. Ya los perros, lo que me interesa es que los perros se hayan ido. ¿Salieron los perros o no? Sí han salido, sí han salido. No, yo más seguro que voy. Saquen la moto. Vaya a sacar. Corre tu mamita. Corre tu mamita. Llegó el agua, llegó el agua. Guarda, guarda. A la mierda, harta agua. A su madre. Guarda, guarda,
This is
guarda.
fast moving, strong, heavy. Just moving through the city. It's just moving. Look how it just, with no effort. Look how feeble we look. It just goes to show like how just how minimized we can be, and how much our arrogance and our just everything about us just we're so minute that the nature can do this and just roll through the city with this much of magnificence and fright in the eyes of 83. To see that just literally mow things down, erase it as if it just never existed. And that's what it's doing right now, literally deep rinsing all of the lands. Look at that. You're not getting out of that.
Massive landslide occurs in Ica after 5 hours of heavy rain. The urbanization of San Marcelo is one of the areas most affected by the heavy rains recorded for more than 5 hours continuously in the upper area of the Nazca province.
Totalmente huaico, este es huaico. Este no es agua nueva, este es huaico. Precauciones, precauciones. Huaico, huaico.
Okay, so I just looked up the name Ica. So the name Ica has multiple meanings, including a Japanese word, a name, and acronym. Ica meaning in the Japanese word is the Japanese word for squid. So we're not supposed to be eating no squid either. The Most High that's written in the book. So Ica, the name Ica is a name with multiple origins and meanings, including in Germanic languages. Ica is short for Erica, which means ever powerful. In Polynesian languages, Ica means fish. The acronym Ica, IKA, may refer to Imperial Clans of America. That's a white supremacist organization. Oh, I didn't know that. Now. Social Insurance Institute, a state-run social security organization, in Greece. International Karate Association, International Kiteboarding Association. Anyways, the noun Ica is for fish, marine animal, or aquatic animal. Any creatures that swims in fresh or salt water, including marine mammals such as whales. So that's what it means. Okay. There we go.
The Tierras Blancas River in the Department of Ica experienced a significant increase in its
Look how
flow, dragging
close it is,
mud,
right on.
branches, and rocks due to a landslide captured on video by residents of the Nazca area. The urbanization of San Marcelo is one of the areas most affected by the heavy rains recorded for more than 5 hours continuously in the upper area of the Nazca province. Impressive images captured by residents show the arrival of the landslide still in the riverbed. However, within seconds, the flow increases, making the area dangerous for humans.
Cherry!
Ya no deberían dejar pasar los carros acá en este puente. Está horrible, horrible.
The authorities asked the public not to approach the riverbanks when this situation occurs due to the danger posed by the unexpected increase in flow. In this regard, COEM announces an orange alert regarding the activation of ravines in the Ica region, especially in the Chincha, Ica.
Ain't nobody else. It's funny how this dude is just sitting here working while everybody else is looking. That's the type of guy that I am. Yeah, it's dangerous. Yeah, he's over here. He's risking his life and stuff like that. But he's at least trying to do something about it in comparison to everybody else. I mean, obviously they can't do nothing about it. You know, they're all in judgment. But I'm just saying, like, look how many times throughout history that we have to deal with that. Even with our own people. It's like, you can sit there and do all the damn work to keep this from, happening. And then everybody else just eat off of the fruits of your labor. Crazy.
Of ravines in the Ica region, especially in the Chincha, Ica, Palpa, and Pisco areas. The Los Aquiles district is one of the most affected areas with significant damage in various sectors. Areas such as Cernamp, Las Dunas, Torrelva, Pampa Los Hernandez, Los Quispes, Talamena, Huarangal, and La Perla 7 have been affected, showing significant structural damage and leaving hundreds of families in a vulnerable situation.
It was just like it's singing, roaring.
The Ica district reported damage in areas such as the Alenta Humala, Las Palmeras, and San Joaquin housing estates, where rapid assessments were carried out to help residents by distributing plastic bags. In Salas, the Anajara population center was the most affected, while in Tinguina, the damage assessment and needs analysis, EDAN, was carried out in the upper part of the district.
Look how fast that's just moving. Man.
In Los Molinos, authorities inspected affected homes in the Alto Molino sector before distributing plastic to victims. Meanwhile, in the Santiago district, assessments continue in sectors such as Los Castillos, San Raymond, Villa El Salvador, and San Jacinto. In Park Cumana, 40 affected homes have been identified so far in the Los Eucalyptos sector. Districts such as Tate, Pacacutec, and San Juan continue to be monitored to assess additional.
Look how hard it was just like smacking the bridge, whatever it is, the under bridge. It's beating up the bridges. You know what I'm saying? It's hitting it with sticks. It's banging it. None of this infrastructure ain't never gone through that type of damage. And then especially if you have an earthquake and it just made cracks into it, and then you just got all of this wood banging at it, chipping at it. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? You see what I'm saying? So you're getting double for your trouble. You need really triple for your tickles.
Pacacutec and San Juan continue to be monitored to assess additional damage. In Pueblo Nuevo, heavy rains on Thursday prompted the declaration of a state of emergency, and response teams are
how
still
small
working
they
to
are in
assess
comparison to all of
homes.
that.
In Subtanjala, the Las Americas and Oasis de las Colinas sectors have been the hardest hit so far. In Yacutal, Rosario, damage assessments are ongoing with an emphasis on the 10C population center area where the rains have wreaked havoc. OccuCage has also reported damage in several towns and continues to fill out EDN forms to determine the extent of the damage.
Oye, mira, sus amigas, amigas, mira, de allá. Sí. Uy, mira, se está saliendo yo.
It's just interesting to see how much water is flowing through all of these regions around the world, and there's not one drop of rain that has dropped yet, y'all. That's what I'm like interested in looking at right now, is that it's that a much amount of water going on. I mean, obviously you got the big glaciers, and that's adding to all of this. It's adding to all of this, but it's turning complete streets into rivers. It's turning straight neighborhoods into water slides. Literally that. Great glory. This is Indonesia.
Join me as I dive into the latest updates on the deadly floods and landslides in Indonesia and see if I can piece together what really went down in January 2025.
This whole time it's just been earthquake after earthquake after earthquake in these regions.
The recent floods and
There's
landslides in
nothing.
Indonesia are a devastating reminder of the power of nature
And it's
and
literally
the importance of being prepared for the worst.
like in that whole area, Indonesia, all of the India and the Asian places, they all messed up right now, y'all. You got to think about a lot of the Philippines who work in America have to send a lot of that money back home. So you don't think that these Filipinos over in the Filipino Americans is pissed off that they got to send their money back home? You don't think they act much more, desperate? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Where who are you outside of your badge? People start getting cut in corners, stop doing their job. Start getting devious and diabolical. People start doing other side gigs, things that they wouldn't normally do. Start breaking their moral compass and start doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing. So yeah, because all of these regions around the rest of the world, all of the people who are not of this foundational land right now, the foundational people of this land, um, those people are affected by whatever is happening in their home country since they want to identify so much with it. Oh, I'm this, I'm that. I'm all right, cool. So when things happen and your people come knocking on your door and asking for help, don't come asking us for help to help your people. No, you wanted to help your people. So go help your people. That's what needs to happen right now. All of these regions are completely devastated though.
The impact on local communities has been severe, with many lives lost and thousands more displaced.
Everything flooded out.
The central issue here is the sheer scale of
Look at that.
destruction
Just
caused by these floods and landslides.
the water is literally evicting people off of the land. And it's evicting them with force. You see what I'm saying? It's like if your landlord's really coming with an eviction with the sheriff and stuff like that and saying, move, you need to pack your shit. You got 30 minutes. That's what the energy, that's what the water and the wind and the snow and the fires, that's what it looked like. It's like pushing people off the land, like for real. Like, hey, you got 30 minutes.
The loss of life
Everything
is
destroyed.
heartbreaking, with entire families swept away by the river.
There's going to be completely deemed, there's going to be whole countries deemed unlivable. That's what's going to be happening. Like people of those particular lands, those nation people that claim that was their land are going to be removed. It's going to be deemed unlivable in many, many places around the world.
Raging waters.
When the summertime hits, and those three big old glaciers melt all the way completely down, these places are going to be deemed unlivable completely. The water is going to be to that yellow line right there. That's where that water is going to be. It's going to be deemed unlivable.
But it's not just the human cost that's staggering. The damage to infrastructure is catastrophic, with roads, bridges, and
Gone.
buildings destroyed
Gone.
or severely damaged.
Severely damaged. Gone.
This has left many communities cut off from vital services like healthcare and emergency responders,
everything.
exacerbating an already dire situation.
Y'all gotta understand that these regions, the mosquitoes are the mosquitoes are the worst in these regions.
The displacement of families is another huge concern, with many left homeless and struggling
Mm.
to access
She out there, you know what I'm saying, 72 years old, 72, 81 years old. Out there got to shovel all of that, get it out of the way. They got to do what they got to do. They grabbing them bootstraps. All right. And they just shut up. They ain't coming to ask us for it. No.
basic necessities like food and shelter.
And how long that's going to take to recover for them? They're not going to be able to recover.
And to make matters worse, the economic impact of these disasters will likely be felt for months, if not years, to come. The environmental toll of these floods and landslides is also a major concern. The floods have contaminated water sources, destroyed crops, and disrupted ecosystems, leading
Look at
to
that.
long-term consequences
That's
for the
bad.
environment.
That's bad. Look at that. That's bad. That is bad. Look
The
at that.
landslides, meanwhile, have caused widespread
That's bad for them.
deforestation,
Look at that.
which will only exacerbate
Ooh.
the risk of future disasters.
He's struggling to get through that water. The water is like, no, you ain't getting through. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. What?
All of this raises
that.
serious questions about the government's
Look
response
at
to
that.
these events.
It's in the
Were they
vein.
prepared? And could they have done more to prevent or mitigate the damage?
Nope. It's gonna happen. It is what it is.
The weather patterns leading up to these floods and landslides were certainly unusual, with heavy rainfall and strong winds creating a perfect storm of conditions. But environmental factors also played a significant role: the clear cutting of forests, the construction of dams. And the general degradation of the environment all contributed to the scale of the disaster.
It's funny because, like you just said right now, the deforestation and the dams and all these things, all of these other people have capitulated to this white supremacy, this European ideology of their white is more right than anybody else's. Their sugar is more sweet. And the problem with that is that you start adopting these cookie cutter formalities around the whole world, and you realize that, oh shit, we've been following a formula or protocol that just really isn't effective, and so they're being shown that okay, you gonna follow the blind shepherd off a cliff now. Yeah, followed all of the instructions of how it made you. For one, they were oppressively capitulative to the thought process and just bend the knee. You see what I'm saying? They knew that they weren't in strong numbers, so they bended the knee and wound up formulating they industries and they living situations around the whole world like this, where they deforested areas. People thought that there was a nice, convenient area. They made it look real nice and cute and sexy and stuff like that. People weren't thinking about the weather turning out to that they were living in a flood zone or anything like that. This happened in Houston. I remember a story not too long ago where it was a flood zone where people just moved in there. It was nice and it was nice. They didn't even think about having to have to get flood insurance. Lo and behold, they got flooded out and they lost everything. Just like with these regions right here, people moving into locations that are not as environmentally sound. Most people love living by the oceans or by the beach and stuff like that. So you're running into a lot of these locations where they've been lied to by the circumstances of church and state. And they've given permission for corporate, you know, corporate fundamentals, capitalistic fundamentals to supersedes people, common sense and moral, spiritual, consciousness and conscientiousness and, you know, it just in that factor where people just was willing to just go along with it, whether it was for a job, you got paid for a check or anything like that. And it was cool. People was out here working on dams, you're getting a check. People ain't thinking about all of this stuff when you're working in the ant farm, when you're in the animal kingdom, when you're in the concrete jungles. You're not thinking about all this. Sitting here building up in LA or New York or Maryland or Detroit or Houston, Florida. You're not thinking about all of these things when it's going on like that. But then lo and behold, you get caught off guard and you find out that, oh, I wind up living in a place that they told me was safe and it was okay that I could pay these HOA fees and then you got to deal with no crime, none of it. You get you get you get pimped how to pimp a butterfly. You get sold this beautiful, magnificent dream of sparkle and it's exotic and erotic. Oh, let's live here, and then find out that you didn't even know nothing about the whole topography of this whole location. You didn't know about the geological impacts for years and years for the historical context. You didn't know that. Oh, you moved to Santorini, but you didn't know that there was major, you know, this type of activity for years to come on. And so this is what's happening to all of these people that are going to these locations around the whole world in this eminent domain just because they think that they could throw money and stuff like that. And they move to these locations and then they spiritually desecrate it. So the money is the application, it's the fast pass, it's the access permissible key to be able to desecrate the lands. That's what has been created throughout time right now. Is that these little tokens, these trinkets have given people access and permission to be able to spiritually desecrate these lands. And so that's what's happening. That Mama Ruach is coming back and deep rinsing all of these places right now.
And then there's the government's response or lack thereof. Critics are already accusing them of being slow to react and of not doing enough to support affected communities. But what really happened behind
Like how the trees, everything's working and all the elements are working all in tandem. They're just in synchronicity. The trees are just falling. Like the trees could have been way down on the other side. How did the tree just jump out of the ground? It didn't just jump on the road. Tree is 50 feet away. But it just happened to timber right on the street. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how does these things, it's happening. Everything is speaking. The animals are speaking. The animals are being like, I wouldn't say that they're like being like dumb or anything like that, but they're acting like they don't know nothing, but then they know something and they just lead people on to just believe what they believe. But the animals know, the plants know, the trees know, the fishes know, the air know, the water know, the fire know, the earth know. While us as people, we get distracted with the TikToks and the Super Bowls and the voting elections as they are.
the scenes, and could the government have done more to prevent this tragedy?
No, this is spiritual judgment.
One of the most inspiring stories to emerge from this crisis is the tale of a heroic rescue operation that saved dozens of lives. A team of brave volunteers risking everything to wade through treacherous waters and
You got the ground breaking it. You got the water loosening it up, and then you got the wind like pressing on it and shoving it, and what I'm saying, pushing it out of the way. So it's like you got triple for the tickles of weather affecting all of these places right now. Until the fire come into place, like the volcanoes, you got three of the elements working all together right now. When that fourth one pops up, oh, it's over. But you at least see in many of these places around the whole world where you got three out of the four elements working together right now.
rescue those trapped by the floods. It's a testament to human resilience and the power of community. And then there's the moment when an entire village came together to rebuild their local school, destroyed by the landslides. It's a heartwarming reminder that even in the darkest of times, humanity can shine through. Another story that caught my attention was the moment when a group of local residents banded together. To create their own makeshift relief center, providing food, shelter, and medical care to those in need. This is a wake-up call for the government to re-examine their disaster response strategies and to
Everywhere.
invest more in infrastructure.
You don't see not
and
one piece of the
prevention
street,
measures.
y'all.
But it's also a call to action for all of us to learn from these tragedies and to work together to build more resilient communities. Thanks for watching.
You don't see not one piece of the street. You don't. You don't see not one piece of the street, y'all. That's Indonesia. This is Australia. This is Sydney. These are major cities. These are major cities everywhere. Infrastructure. They can't do nothing. They can't go nowhere. This is Sydney. It's on fire and it's flooded. All these little cars. How heavy the water. Yeah. You hear how heavy the water sounds? Like these are accidents waiting to happen. It's flooding. The water. All the water is an ankle and up. You don't even see the ground no more. They can't even see the ground no more. Just hitting every car hitting. Stuck. Can't do nothing. Cars inoperable. Ain't nobody gonna help you. Ain't nobody helping each other. Just keep it going. Nothing's fun for them no more. Bridges is billowing, breaking down. Look at that. I know you got a dip with the lightning, screaming at you, roaring at you. Get off of the land. Everything. Emergency can't even help you in an emergency. Look at that.
Severe thunderstorms, giant hail, and intense rain.
Was that me tripping? That was the sewer plate. Like it was sounding like a bell. Look at that. Yeah. You hear that? I just heard that. That's ringing like a bell. That's Ezekiel 33. That's ringing like a dinner bell. Look at that. Ringing.
Severe thunderstorms, giant hail, and intense rain batter huge parts of Venice Davo. Torrential rain brought 52 millimeters of rainfall in just 90 minutes across Sydney's CBD as the east coast was battered by a fierce and stormy rain bomb. Large parts of New South Wales were warned to stay indoors as thunderstorms smashed the coast, with flash flooding causing chaos across Sydney. Thunderstorms rolled across the state, bringing with them giant hail, destructive winds, and heavy rainfall after the Bureau of Meteorology warned an unsettled day of wild weather was ahead. Sydney was smashed with thunderstorms and heavy rain led to flash flooding across the CBD, inner west and eastern suburbs. Roads of Strathfield and the city's inner west became rivers and caused traffic chaos along with parts of Parramatta and the eastern suburbs.
Ringing that bell. Hear ye, hear ye. Hear me clearly.
Horsley Park in western Sydney was drenched with 77.6 millimeters of rain in just 1 hour, while streets in Riverstone in the city's west was flooded with knee-high water. Wind gusts at Sydney Airport clocked over 70 kilometers slash at the peak of the storm. Town Hall Station in Sydney's CBD also turned into a waterfall and caused chaos for lunchtime commuters earlier today. The brief but intense thunderstorm resulted in a handful of drivers needing to be rescued as roads quickly became rivers. There were more than 22 flood rescues in the Sydney area as the flash flooding caught drivers by surprise.
At 22, that's double for your trouble. All these little cars trying to make it through it.
The Ernesto SES has responded to 559 incidents so far today after the storms damaged homes and flooded roads across the state. If you come across a flooded road, turn around and find an alternative route, a spokesperson for Ernesto SES said today.
They know alternative
Never
routes,
drive, walk, or play in flood waters. Flash flooding can occur suddenly and without warning.
Where is it going to go? The water's all the way up to the 3/4 of the tires. 3/4 of the tires covered. What's that sound?
Several major roads remain closed, including Walgrove Road at Cecil Hills between Elizabeth Drive and Villiers Road. Trains are running at a reduced frequency on the Olympic Park line in Sydney, while some buses have diverted routes to avoid flooded roads. Ernesto SES State Duty Commander Assistant Commissioner Nicole Hogan said crews are still working to respond to storm and flood-related incidents and urged residents across the state to stay safe and keep across alerts. Flash flooding can occur suddenly and without warning. If you come across a flooded road, turn around. There is always another way, Hogan said.
What would you do in that situation? Yeah, it's yours.
With further severe weather likely over the coming days, take steps now to prepare. Park vehicles under cover, tie down loose items, and check gutters and drains at your home for blockages. The wild weather has smashed Wollongong along with central Ernesto regions Goulburn, Wagga Wagga, Mudgee, and Orange. The Bureau then updated its warning earlier today to include the south coast, including Bateman's Bay, Eaton, Bega, Moruya, and Merimbula.
Check out the water. This is all running down the hill to here. Gutter is absolutely...
The most severe storms have so far focused on the city's southwest and as far as the Blue Mountains. The town of Hardin, around 125 kilometers from Canberra, was already battered with extra-large hailstones during a flash storm. The small town's roads turned into sleet after a hailstorm around 9 a.m. today. Many buildings in Hardin sustained major storm damage, including collapsed roofing and smashed windows. Hardin coped one huge storm this morning. Most shops are severely water damaged. Our post office has smashed windows and leaks everywhere. Councillor Michelle Gallo said on Facebook.
It's just roaring down. Like, how much water is coming down to be roaring
There's
down
now
like
quite
that?
the cleanup
That's
left for
crazy.
residents after hail and rain battered the area.
Man.
Hardin's SES unit has received 136 incidents since 6 a.m. today. Senior meteorologist Miriam Bradbury said tomorrow's forecast is set to be a little calmer, but storms are still likely across the East Coast, including some Queensland border towns. Heavy rainfall, damaging winds, and large hail will all continue a risk throughout the east tomorrow, she said. A severe thunderstorm remains in place for parts of central western Ennisgo. Storms likely to produce heavy rainfall, which may lead to flash flooding, large hailstones, and damaging winds are forecast for Scone, Tamworth, Gunda, Narrabri, Walgett, Coonabarabran, Coomimble, Bork, and Brewarrina.
I'm just saying, that whole region is having earthquakes. So the buildings are breaking apart, cracking. You have massive amounts of water, heavy water that's falling on these buildings. They're falling in between those cracks. They're falling in and seeping into the buildings, making the buildings wet and soggy. They dry up, they get mildew, you get black mold, you get pestilence, you get people sick, you get spores in the air, people end up in the hospital. This is a whole trickling down. It's a whole system. It's a process, y'all. Slow roll. It's a slow roll. While that's going on there, it's going on here. Japan. 300 centimeters. 300 centimeters. That's a 300 inches, y'all. 300 centimeters, y'all, is 10 feet. Nearly 10 feet, y'all. That's in Japan over the span of this course of this time since a couple days. 300 centimeters. 118 or 119 inches. Shut everything down. Sound like it's about to just shut off. Struggling. All infrastructure. Just completely shut down. You gotta go out of your way to do all that. You gotta get on the roof and all that. Look how heavy that is. It's already bending and breaking what he's standing on already. All it takes is one slip. Whole wall is ice walls. This ain't no Game of Thrones.
A strong cold front could bring heavy snowfall to the Kinki and Tokai plains. Due to the presence of the strongest cold front of the season, snowfall has increased significantly, especially along the coast of the Sea of Japan, with heavy snow also falling in the Kinki and Tokai plains. The Japan Meteorological Agency is urging the public to be aware of the impact on traffic.
There is no traffic. Can't go nowhere, can't move nowhere. Everybody ain't trying to be outside in the snow, so you ain't making no money. All of those businesses, every one of those businesses.
According to JR and their website, the Yamagata Shinkansen is scheduled to resume service around noon on the 9th. But according to JR East, snow removal work was not completed in time and service will be suspended on the up and down lines between Fukushima Station and Shinjo Station in Yamagata Prefecture throughout the day on the 9th. Snow continues to fall periodically in Yamagata Prefecture, with snow accumulations as of 11 o'clock am on the 9th reaching 3.11 meters in Oizawa, Nishikawa City, and 3.9 meters in Hijori, Okura Village, with many areas exceeding the average for this time of year. Just after 3:30 am on the 8th, a vehicle clearing snow from the tracks at Takahata Station detached, preventing work from continuing, and the Yamagata Shinkansen was temporarily suspended on both lines between Fukushima Station and Shinjo Station throughout the day on the 8th.
Exactly.
Service was expected to resume around noon on the 9th, but according to JR East, although the derailed cars were removed, the amount of snow was so great that snow removal was not completed in time, so it was decided to suspend service throughout the day on the 9th.
Look how hard the snow is making it to even, it's so difficult that it's knocking it off of its tracks. It's knocking it off of its tracks. It's creating its own little train ramps to just take the wheels off of the tracks. They get knocked off of the tracks from something knocking it off. That's some strong snow. Making it that difficult? Struggling.
In the Kinki region, all national highways and expressways that were closed due to recent heavy snowfall have been lifted. The Kinki Regional Development Bureau said that road closures may be implemented again depending on weather conditions and urged the public to continue checking the latest weather information.
You got to think about the mentality and the emotions and the psychology of people right now. They down in the dumps. It's cold. They disparaging.
According to the Japan Meteorological Agency, the winter-type air pressure distribution in Japan has strengthened and strong cold air has moved
Covered
in.
your whole car.
As a
Where
result,
you gonna
snowfall
go?
has continued from northern Japan to eastern Japan,
Covered the whole
especially
car.
on the Sea of Japan side. Starting on the morning of February 7, strong cold air moved in again and the snow became thicker. In addition to the foothills on the Sea of Japan side, heavy snow is also possible in the Kinki and Tokai plains, which usually have little snow. The areas with the heaviest snowfall in the 24 hours ending on the morning of the 8th are Tohoku and Niigata prefectures, 80 centimeters, Hokuriku and Gifu prefectures, 70 centimeters, Kinki, and Shugoku regions, 60 centimeters, Hokkaido and Kanto Koshin regions, 50 centimeters, Shikoku region, 30 centimeters,
Trying to
and
make
northern
it through.
Kyushu,
Still can't make it
15
through.
centimeters.
You're gonna be doing that for how many hours? Trying to ram it. All you're doing is compressing it, making it compact. You're laughing. Look at that, it's taller than them. Look how many people then got buried in that snow. Can't even make it through. Trying to make it through. That's a struggle. 81 years old trying to get through that. Can't get nowhere, just stuck nowhere.
In addition,
In an ice
snowstorms are
maze.
expected across the country with high seas and severe weather possible in some sea areas. In areas with heavy snow, accidents have occurred one after another during snow removal operations. Be sure to take precautions. Do not work alone when clearing snow. Wear a seat belt and helmet properly and make sure ladders are securely attached. As of early morning on the 10th, the total snowfall was as follows: 50 liters in the Tohoku region, 40 liters in the East and Koshin regions, 40 liters in the Tokai region, 30 liters in the Kinki region, and 20 miles in the Chugoku region.
Things can't even move it. Look at it. Having such a difficult time even doing the job.
In addition, the national traffic forecast is accompanied by snowfall and cold winds, while the maritime traffic forecast in the northern part of the country is accompanied by surprising winds and waves. In Japan, the area is expected to experience heavy snowfall, and heavy snowfall will affect traffic, so please be careful as the snow melts and the snow is covered. The flow of the coldest air mass this season has increased snowfall, especially in areas along the coast of the Sea of Japan. Snow even fell in lowlands around central to western Japan that usually do not get snow.
Yeah, that's crazy, y'all. Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, we're going to keep it rolling now.
The Japan Meteorological Agency said a strong winter pressure pattern caused snow, especially in coastal areas of the Sea of Japan, from the north to the west. As of 2 p.m. Saturday, 3.22 meters of snow had accumulated in Onuma City, Niigata Prefecture, and 2.78 meters in Tadami City, Fukushima Prefecture. Heavy snowfall is expected.
Yeah, that's a lot going on, y'all. That's a lot going on. And one of these reasons. So we just going to get straight past this and go straight to this. This is one of the giant icebergs that are drifting. And slowly but surely, all of it's just it's melting super fast in comparison to what they thought it was going to be. You know, major chunks like this have just been dropping off in the ocean. Been dropping off in the ocean. Dropping off in the ocean. Everything's just been falling off. Yeah, I just wanted to show y'all that, just how humongous it is. That's just the tip of the iceberg, you know what I'm saying? Figuratively speaking, literally. But it's been floating. You got to think about all of that particles and minerals and plankton and, you know, things that's been frozen in these things over quite some time. So you're seeing things waking up out of nowhere, you know. Run through this one as well. This landslide, China. All the activity going on out there.
On February 8, 2025, a devastating landslide struck Jinping Village, located in Muai Town, Yibin City, Sichuan Province.
And that one got everybody buried. It's a lot going on, y'all. Hold on, let me bring this one back. There we go.
Thousands of displaced people are enduring extreme cold and heavy rainfall in Gaza, living in the most basic of makeshift shelters, inadequate protection against the elements, unable to withstand strong winds and widespread flooding.
On my way to the bakery, my foot sank into the mud and my sandals got stuck deep below.
Wow.
I had to put my hand into the sewage water to retrieve it.
Ugh. I'm not eating your bread.
The war has left critical infrastructure so badly damaged that sewage spills into the streets.
Ugh.
Infants are reportedly succumbing to hypothermia due to inadequate shelter and clothing.
The roads are covered in mud from rainwater and sewage. We need significant resources because every time we try to open the roads, they return to their previous state. Only bulldozers and heavy equipment can clear the roads.
Aid groups have been warning for weeks that people in Gaza would need urgent and sustained humanitarian aid to survive winter conditions. Nearly 1 million Palestinians don't have the kind of shelter they need. And despite the fragile ceasefire, Hamas has accused Israel of deliberately blocking aid and causing delays in the delivery of essential supplies.
The ceasefire is bringing much needed respite. We have aid coming in, but you know, we humanitarians, we're not magicians. We can't take the suffering away overnight. The needs of children are just enormous. There is no end to their suffering. In every aspect of their lives, they're suffering. There's a family that has 3 children, 2 teenagers and a 3-year-old boy, and those 3 kids have to sleep on the same mattress. That mattress would.
Why do they always have to grandstand the children, the kids? Like I said, the kids are a part of that sacrifice that they bring up for their particular side of whatever they perceive the blessing for them to be was to sacrifice people and do all of these horrible things to people. But You guys did this to yourselves, every single one of y'all. So, you can't get mad about all of this going on. Y'all never did anything to fix it. Y'all had all the time. The bill is due now.
Was wet. The blankets that they had were wet because it was raining inside. I have no clue how these children were able to sleep at night.
The UN says the ceasefire helped to avert famine in Gaza. But if more aid doesn't get through, or if fighting resumes, the risk of famine could return. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera.
Yeah.
Flooding the streets of Madrid, calling for urgent action from the government to fix what they say is a housing emergency.
We're here to denounce the horror of living in Madrid. Madrid suffocates us. It pushes us out. Housing makes life unbearable.
Spain is battling a widespread cost of living crisis. Rents keep rising. The average cost of housing reached an all-time high at the end of last year. Working class families and younger generations are struggling the most.
First of all, the jobs available, the salaries, everything. It's not enough for us to live on. This means we can't even afford to rent a place, never mind buy one, which is completely out of the question. Rental prices keep rising while wages keep getting lower.
What do you think we were saying when y'all was doing all of this stuff to us? What do you think we was doing and saying when y'all was doing all of this stuff? What do you think we was doing and saying when y'all was doing all of this stuff? And we kept telling y'all, no, stop, no, don't. Y'all said, no, yes, just take it, shut up and dribble.
Many here blame the holiday rental industry for their plight. Spain is struggling to balance income from tourism while still protecting citizens from gentrification and runaway prices.
There's about 20,000 tourist apartments in the city centre in the central area of Madrid, only of which 2,000 are legal. That reduces the availability of housing for residents.
Protesters are demanding the government take responsibility and protect the right to dignified housing for all. In July, the government announced a crackdown on short-term and holiday rentals, vowing to enforce licensing laws. And last month, it revealed plans for a new 100% tax on real estate bought by non-EU buyers. Madrid says that such deterrent measures may help keep Spain's housing market reserved for its city's residents. Felix Noir, Al Jazeera.
So yeah, they're getting removed. They just went through a massive flooding. So yeah, they're going through their own Pacific Palisades as well.
Witnessing massive protests as farmers took to the streets against new inheritance tax measures. Hundreds of tractors encircled the UK Parliament to protest the Labour government's tax reforms. Roads were blocked ahead of a critical debate by lawmakers over a petition to amend inheritance tax rules for land ownership. Protesting farmers say that tax reforms in inheritance tax threatens the agricultural sector and food production. Shortly after coming to power last year, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer's government announced a new inheritance tax for increasing revenue sources. Under the new law, which comes into effect from April next year, farmers with assets worth over €1 million, or roughly $1.2 million, will have to pay 20% inheritance tax. Inherited agricultural assets were previously exempted from taxes. Meanwhile, France's farmers held a smaller protest in Bayonne, protesting against the EU-Mercosur trade agreement. For months, European farmers have been demonstrating against the trade deal with Latin America's Mercosur. Protesting farmers fear increased competition from Latin American markets, further impacting their already slim revenues. Last month, European Union said that it plans to establish a reserve worth over $1 billion for farmers that might be negatively impacted by this deal.
Well. What's going on in the UK?
The Chinese government looks to encourage births as part of a fight against demographic challenges. Statistics have come in of another setback. There's been a record dip in new marriages in China in 2024. It is the biggest drop on record, and rising cost of living is deemed responsible for it. 6.1 million couples registered for marriage in 2004. That's against 7.7 million the previous year, a worrying drop of 20.5%. The drop in number of marriages registered coincides with the third consecutive year of overall population decline in China. Reports say more than 2.6 million couples filed for divorce last year, up 1.1% from 2023. The slide in marriages comes despite a pro-family campaign rolled out in recent years by Beijing. Since 2022, China's Family Planning Association has launched an array of programs to create a new era marriage and childbearing culture. Several cities have been enrolled to encourage young people to get married and expand their families.
So you're saying high cost of childcare. You guys made it that way, increasing education costs. I've seen many foreigners who came over here to America with Maseratis and Bentleys, going 18 years old. How you don't got it? Financial restraints was financially restraining you when you buying a Maserati like you got it. How you struggling? How you struggling? You got a Maserati and all that. Shifting social attitudes towards marriage, yeah, because you want to marry NFTs, you want to marry, boy girls, and you want to marry big old 3D printed, jelly Barbie dolls. Career ambitions as young people, yeah, you have no sense of purpose because y'all been so fixated on following the traditionalisms as be a doctor, be a scientist, be a lawyer, be these particular things, and you'll be able to have success because you'll be able to utilize these to capitalize off of those black folks. So yeah. And the people that's been going along and doing it, and they've been just following the same structure. This is all of the aging population now. All that aging population has stuck to the code. That code has followed them right over the cliff.
So what's behind the dip in registered marriages? Findings say the drop in number of marriages and starting a family has long been blamed on the high cost of childcare and education in China. Also, sputtering economic growth over the past few years has made it difficult for university graduates to find work. And those that do have jobs.
How is you're a university graduate? How is it that hard for you to find a job, but it's easy for somebody working at McDonald's to find one? Make it make sense. You can't go to school and get a PhD in grasshopper reproduction when all the grasshoppers are flooded out. How you gonna utilize y'all don't make sense when y'all do things like this. Many of the kids that I was sitting here Uber driving, I'm like, you went to school for that degree? Anyways, it is what it is.
Feel insecure about their long-term prospects. China now is the second biggest population in the world at 1.4 billion, one that is aging quickly. The birth rate has fallen steadily over the last few decades. The one-child policy between 1980 and 2015 ended up hurting the demography. Rapid urbanization has raised negatives on the population front. In the coming decade, roughly 300 million Chinese, the equivalent of almost the entire US population, are expected to enter retirement. There was a slight rise in births recorded in 2024 after a lull due to the pandemic. But the population overall registered a drop. The latest finding on a fall in number of marriages is not good news.
Oof, it's just bad. Y'all got these cold potatoes.
Heading to the Mahakumbh were stranded on roads due to massive traffic jams. The chock block reportedly spanned up to 300 kilometers on routes leading to the Indian city of Prayagraj. The congestion reportedly turned highways into massive parking lots, leaving thousands of pilgrims stuck on the road. The traffic jam
nowhere to go.
Travel from various locations, including
300.
Varanasi, Lucknow,
What is that?
and Kanpur, as well as internal routes in Prayagraj. In fact, queues extending up to 7 kilometers were reported in the city. Authorities in Madhya Pradesh have been
That's 180 miles. That's 186 miles of them being stranded, y'all.
forced to halt traffic movement on routes leading to Prayagraj city in an attempt to manage the overwhelming situation, leading to additional bottlenecks and further delays. Now, according to reports, it was initially assumed that the crowd size will reduce after the Basant Panchmi Amrit Snan, but footfall of
Look at all them
devotees
people.
has been on the rise. Several devotees have been asked to return to their homes because of overcrowding. The
Yeah.
situation has led local authorities to take measures such as closing the city's main railway station to avoid overcrowding.
Oof, it's getting bad, y'all. It's getting heavy. Let's see what's going on here. There we go. But they got the damn music. 10% tariff hike on China's. Coal, liquefied natural gas. Can't do the music. The music mess you all the way up. But yeah, it's you just got these billionaires and these political pundits, trying to grandstand and try to, it's just pissing contests all over the place. Everybody's pissing all over the place. Pissed off and they pissed on there, and they pissed off and pissed on at the same time. They pissed off, pissing on everything. Like nothing matters. Everybody's just sabotaging and destroying their own things, own situations. Yeah, this is what happens when y'all are the ones that are in control and doing all of the devious, diabolical stuff y'all been doing. So yeah, everybody, all of y'all are being affected. Everything is getting shut down. Everything is being slowed down. Everything is being rewritten right now. But it has to go through this breaking down of the systems in order for it to really come into fruition the way it's supposed to for our beloved people. So yes, you're seeing all this grandstanding and all of this scrambling. There's a lot of scrambling everywhere. So yeah, just as much as people trying to do all this, you got the real people that are on the streets that are really struggling. All these people who are stuck on the side of the roads, cars broken down, crashed, and everything like that. All these people got to go back to work after the Chinese New Year, getting bit by the snake when they come back home. Oh yeah, it's really real out here right now. It's really real out here right now. I ain't even gonna keep this going, but yeah, they trying to do that. And you got all of these millionaires trying to grandstand. I don't even want to bring this up. I thought about it, but I'm like, you know what? This ain't even relevant. So yeah, I'm not even gonna play this. Jeff Bezos invests $9 million into a cow fart vaccine to fight climate change. I'm not gonna play that for you. I'm not gonna disrespect y'all like that. I don't even want that to be in my. No, we're gonna keep it the way we're gonna keep it. But that's what's going on in the wacky world of the billionaires.
So like this one in 2018 are not unusual in Yellowstone National Park.
And they have been a natural part of its ecological cycle for centuries.
Now, as California reels from historic fire destruction, a study by researchers at the University of Wyoming shows a new danger of wildfire from standing dead trees in Yellowstone.
These fires tend to concentrate along major travel corridors.
For much of the year, standing dead trees burn more readily than live trees, or even than dead trees on the ground. This research, using data from NASA satellites and ground studies, shows there are a lot of those trees in some popular parts of the park. This map from the paper shows that most park roads, shown in deep red, correlate almost exactly with the highest fire danger areas, shown in increasing intensity from yellow to red.
What we didn't fully anticipate, for example, in here, was that the scale of infrastructure exposed and in specific locations where this danger is most pronounced, we need more investment in fire mitigation strategies.
That's where the people in this building come in. They're the wildland firefighters. Now, while the Park Service turned down our request to speak with them about this new fire study, the researchers are offering some suggestions.
This means things like fire resistance buildings, materials, more accessible evacuation roads, a better public awareness campaign could contribute to the cause in terms of both human lives and environment.
Taking it a step farther, this map shows that the areas most exposed to fire danger are along the West Entrance Road, where both the big 1988 fire and the 2016 Maple fire burned. The large Madison campground is along this road. Other hotspots are up in the northeast corner of the park, plus around Tower Junction and over near park headquarters in Mammoth.
I was really excited to work on a park like Yellowstone National Park, which is one of the most exciting and interesting.
I can't understand nothing he's saying. He sounds like a straight illegal immigrant who took over a job that a brother or sister could have been able to do way better than him. Anyways, I'm just, yeah. But yeah, we can get back to it. Let's keep it going.
Out of winter remains a sore subject for a West County business.
News station
in fact, it's
hiring?
threatening the bottom line of the company as it struggles under the weight of damage sustained from ice and snow. West County Lanes has been a staple in Ellisville since 1965, but the future of the bowling alley remains uncertain after damage caused by last month's snowstorm. First Alert 4's Caroline Hecker live at 5 showing us what happened and how you can help.
Well, West County Lanes sits off of Manchester Road here in Ellisville. If you look at the building, if you drive by, it's relatively unassuming. You wouldn't know there was anything particularly wrong with it, but it has in fact been condemned by the city of Ellisville, at least for now, largely in part due to that snow and ice damage from last month. Surveillance video inside West County Lanes captures the moment a major support beam buckles under the weight of snow and ice. Look closely at this shelf as wood is heard splintering moments before the beam fails, sinking 4 inches into its foundation.
It's more on the west side of the building, so like lanes 1 through 12 area.
Brentwood Voss runs West County Lanes for his grandparents, who bought the bowling alley in the 1980s. With a rich history dating back to its grand opening in 1965, the sudden closure has been devastating to Voss and generations of customers.
We were rolling full steam ahead, full houses, reservations were booked out, and then nothing. It's like hitting the emergency brake on a freight train, we just ground to a halt.
The city of Ellisville condemned the building, and costs to repair the damage will likely exceed hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Exactly.
A lot of loss, a lot of broken hearts.
No more fun.
People away, canceling events.
Yeah.
Voss allowed us to get an inside look through the lens of First Alert Drone 4. The roof remains intact, but Voss says much of the damage is not yet visible.
Monitors are, now hanging at angles that they shouldn't be. Luckily, everything inside's dry. The roof itself is actually holding together, so we didn't get any leaks out of it.
While Voss works with his insurance company and the city, every day closed deals a blow not only to the bottom line, but his lifelong passion.
Yeah.
And I always kind of refer to the bowling center as my endorphin factory that I run. It's just nothing but happiness that we crank out.
They are no longer happy. They can't crank none of that out no more.
Encouraged, he says he's been working with several
Can't
local
crank none of
bars
them
and
dollars out.
restaurants here in West St. Louis County. They'd like to hold fundraisers for him and for the business to kind of help offset some of the costs of those repairs. How you can help as part of.
They are no longer in business. They're no longer in business. No longer in business. No longer in business. No longer in business, y'all. Every single one of their little businesses, creatively or whatever, no more in business.
Devastation brought by Hurricane Helene could be impacting the whitewater rafting industry in Tennessee. In the September storm, miles of railroad tracks and entire houses were thrown into the Nolichucky River. It cut rafting season short as crews worked to remove debris, and that work is still going on. Now, as the spring season is only a month out, outfitters have been faced with silence from the U.S. Forest Service over whether they can open. Whitewater rafting brought it about $18 million for Unicoi County in 2022. Now a community already hit hard by that storm, potentially losing out on that much needed cash flow if the river cannot open back up for rafting.
That part. Exactly. Can't open back up for business. How you gonna open back up for business? Business is closed for y'all.
Tonight, many across the more rural parts of Kentuckiana are still asking the question, where's my mail? It comes more than a month after we saw 14 inches of snow total dumped across our area, slowing everything down. But Louisville's congressman says issues may have existed long before the storm. Clarice Shaley and photojournalist Aspen Hester talked to a local business still feeling the pain many days later.
At Silverbrook Stables off Ballardsville Road in East Louisville.
On the farm, there's probably 75
horses. Our owner and trainer, Debbie Foley's life and income.
She's the reigning world grand champion 5-gate mare.
While her business tries to stay on schedule,
You usually receive probably 10 to 15 pieces of mail per day.
nothing. Her mail does not. For a business like Silverbrook Stables, where they have a lot of horses they're training, a lot of clients, it's not normal to have no mail, but it's been like this for a while. A U.S. Postal Service backup has burdened people across Kentuckiana. USPS continues to blame the January winter storm for the delays.
Send out bills to 24 clients. In the month of January, I received 2 of them.
Foley tells us the issue has led to late fees on her bills, difficulty paying her employees, and she's not getting her horses much needed medication in time.
I have some liver support medicine, and that's what we weren't getting.
Louisville Congressman Morgan McGarvey sent his second letter to the Postmaster General in Washington, D.C. He says he's heard from more than 100 constituents, citing staffing shortages, broken equipment.
Because we know these problems were starting before the bad weather hit.
McGarvey wants to know if there are broader systemic issues within the facility causing problems.
And that's why we are following back with them. That's why we're pushing them, because Louisvillians deserve their mail, and we want those answers.
Well, you know, it's very difficult to run a business when you don't get your income every month, and it's very difficult to, you know, expect my suppliers to continue to supply it to me when I don't pay them because I didn't get the bills.
Meanwhile, Foley
Probably won't be friendly because she's eating. That'd be nice.
is doing what she can to keep her business afloat. In Louisville, Clarice Shaley,
How you going to... They can't do nothing right now. Everything is shut down. You're out of business. Everything is closed down. Close to business. Let's keep it going, y'all. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Let's keep it going. Cut short, all the way short. Out of business, can't do nothing. And then you got the headaches, you got to pay the bills, the stress, you getting angry, you getting frustrated, you're taking it out on your lady or your husband at the house, the kids. You know what I'm saying? Bills is piling up, not only business bills, but also personal bills. Yeah, this is a trickling down.
Arkansas is the only state where a law bans nonprofit, tax-exempt, or government-funded hospitals from having retail pharmacy permits. A group of Arkansas legislators are working to change that with Senate Bill 58.
New station hire.
Law, as we understand it, was really at that time, it was a community pharmacy owner in the legislature that didn't want state hospitals.
Why his nose is like sideways? Like he got power slapped and his nose just never recovered after that. I don't know.
To have any advantages, so implemented this law that's 50 years old and really outdated at this point.
David Fortner, Vice President of Patient Services for Mercy Arkansas, is calling for change in the natural state with Senate Bill 58.
We really think this law needs to change. This bill needs to pass so that we can ultimately, again, serve our patients, increase access.
Increasing access to medications is at the forefront for bill sponsors. Fortner says right now there are gaps when it comes to access, and this law would close those gaps.
We just want the ability to be able to fill those meds for those patients, in particular when they're already at our sites of care, So if we're discharging somebody from the hospital or they've had surgery, we want to be able to provide meds for them as they leave. And really the big benefit to that, we know that patients have better outcomes.
As of now, the only restriction to operate retail pharmacy services are in nonprofit hospitals. For instance, VA hospitals and for-profit hospitals can provide full services.
There may be some restrictions on where a hospital could own a pharmacy, and really that would be that it'd be on the hospital campus, which we support, we think is very valuable because again, our goal is to take care of the patients that are already seeing us.
Yep, y'all created all this fraudulence. Y'all created all of this extra. Y'all created all of this. And now y'all want to scramble to try to fix it all up and together and try to work together. Everybody want to come together and do all this stuff. Now, no, y'all created this. Now you got us doing it.
After 104 illegal Indian immigrants were deported from the US to India, the Indian government is cracking down on travel agents accused of duping them. In the states of Punjab and Haryana, cases have been registered against multiple agents following complaints from victims. In Punjab, the police booked a travel agent from Amritsar under the BNS Act and Punjab Travel Professionals Act. The complainant alleged.
And that's the beautiful part about everything is being revealed. Look how many people have been involved in compromising their integrity and doing things that under the table to get into America. Look at all of these places around the whole world that have committed all of these atrocities to get in, and now everything is being exposed. Everything's been digitized, so everything is easily findable. The AI is what's really getting them all in trouble right now. It's calling all of the discrepancies out right now. You got all of these people, and it's tracing everybody's name back. Look how many people that got the duping paperwork to get in here.
That he paid over $68,000 to be sent legally to the U.S., but was instead taken through the dangerous donkey route.
Dunk that jackass burger.
He was arrested by U.S. authorities and deported.
He shouldn't have ate that jackass burger.
The Punjab government has sealed the accused shop and vowed strict action against such agents. NRI Affairs Minister Kuldeep Singh Dhaliwal urged victims to report fraudsters to authorities for legal action. Meanwhile, in Haryana, the police registered cases against 4 travel agents based on multiple complaints. A victim claimed he was promised legal immigration to the U.S. for over $49,000, but was sent through.
It's crazy how they keep trying to I was promised to get into a place that I'm legally not supposed to be there. Like, you promised to get it. Like, their logic is, you see, it's just like, I'm gonna blame you for not getting. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. It's like, I'm gonna blame you for not serving me my apple hot. Wait, it's like, ain't an apple supposed to be at room temperature or at least chill or something like that? If it's hot, it would be an apple pie. But it's like, that's not what you ordered, sir. And then it goes against the rules of engagement. You want to get into America, but you're getting into America illegally, not going through any of the processes. And then you actually just, let me get the homie hookup. Oh, I got the nepotism. Oh, let me just do it under the table. I'm willing to pay you any and everything. I'm willing to pay you anything so I can be able to go and glorify and put on a pedestal the Lady Liberty and Uncle Sam. I'm willing to bend the knee and capitulate, oppressively be capitulative to the oppression of these folks over here who can help me get to the promised land if I get over here. Because I don't like where I'm from. I don't like India. I don't like Mexico. I don't like Puerto Rico. I don't like Dominican. I don't like China. I don't like Japan. I want to be over here in America. I want to be over here in America and act like I'm American, but I'm really not an American. I got a grandstand like I'm an American. But yeah. It's like the sickest kind of Stockholm syndrome. I don't know. It's weird. It's like like trying to have a restraining order on a stalker.
Through illegal routes. Similar complaints were filed by others, including one case where over $41,000 was paid for U.S. entry but resulted in deportation.
$41,000 and you still get deported.
Investigations are meanwhile ongoing and search operations are underway to nab the accused.
That's deep. It's heavy. You pay $41,000 to get into a place where you just get kicked out You get kicked out and pay $41,000 to get kicked out in 41 minutes. $41,000 to get kicked out in 41 minutes. Oof. That's a hell of a gamble right there, boy. Yeah, empty 7-Elevens, everything. Everything. Just walking up at 7-Elevens, grabbing you a bag of munchies, grabbing you a bag of munchies and a sweet tea. Walking into 7-Eleven, fixing you a hot dog and a big gulp. I remember back in the day, if you try to do that, they just pop out of nowhere. Oh, no, you cannot come again. No. Now you just walk in there, it's just wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. You got tumbleweeds blowing through it now. Ain't nobody in there. Just, the coffee is just whistling. Is somebody going to change me? Literally. It's ghost towns out here now.
A 7 News update now. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers shared an update on their debris removal efforts more than 4 months after Hurricane Helene. In a post made on social media yesterday, officials say they've removed over 1,200,000 cubic yards of debris. That includes nearly 200,000 tons of soil in western North Carolina. The agency says they've collected 48% of debris and will continue their efforts until the job is complete.
Ooh, that's a lot, y'all.
Meanwhile, ahead of the snap elections in Germany, thousands took to the streets in Munich to demonstrate against the far-right party, the Alternative for Germany, AfD. And the latest demonstration comes after the leader of the Christian Democratic Union, Friedrich Merz, proposed a migration law that is similar to that of the AfD. Demonstrators could be seen holding banners and signs against the far right, while Germans vented their rage against CDU leader Friedrich Merz.
So you got them uproaring. They over here marching like they got the Million White March. Everybody around the world just going through their own, like they going through their own million white marches. Freedom last, free at last. Oh God, that money. Oh, we free at last. Oh, who? Y'all acting like we was oppressing y'all. We was slaving y'all. Who are y'all mad at? Who are all of y'all mad at? They all looking at themselves in the mirror now, looking at these sea of people, and they don't see a peep. I don't see a peep of a brother or a sister out here, y'all. I don't see a brother or a sister. Look at that.
We are here because democracy is important, and so is diversity and peace. And
democracy is always, y'all have to use it instead of just being a good person. And none of y'all around the whole world were good people. You're the spawn of very bad people. And you've chosen to be in denial and delusional and oblivious and apathetic and walking around like these things never happened. Not saying that, hey, you can be able to cure all people from being evil and hateful and racist as they are. You can start with yourself. You might as well make me a pen pal and give me all your riches and all your money and all your land, and I'll do something with it. I might put in a good word for you, but I can't guarantee that. Just like them people that was trying to guarantee them $41,000 to get you over to America. But I don't even want to play that game because I don't even want to sit here and be the gatekeeper for y'all blessing or y'all curse, because that ain't my job. That ain't my position. That's the most highest position. You're just supposed to stand in that line and hold your tray and wait for it's your turn to get your cold potatoes of judgment. Great glory.
Democracy can only work with everyone.
That's not no hairline, sir. Yeah, that's she got that dazzling fire. Dazzling fire.
Accept the right, that doesn't work at all. And the AfD certainly not. As said, they hold humanity in contempt, and we are for diversity, for lots of people. And that is why it is important to raise our colorful flag.
I can really feel that I am really worried about things, and
I'm just saying, when I look at all the women around the whole world, like I'm just like, damn, a lot of them ain't attractive. I didn't see no Asian women that was just all over like attractive. They was like really old. I'm looking at these women, Jeremy. I'm like, now don't get me wrong, it's beautiful women all around the world, but I'm just saying it's a large portion of some ugly women around the world, brothers. They ain't all sunny side cakes, so yeah, they ain't having no babies. You waking up looking at some, wake up looking at some Gremlins 83.
We simply want to do something to stand up for a colorful coexistence, that people can live together, be happy with each other, and that we don't continue to be negative and against.
See, but y'all want to do this now. It's that reverse psychology shit y'all try to pull off now. Like, oh, let's all now come together. You know, we realize that the faucet is not dripping any more juice anymore. So, you know, we were just trying to get everybody pepped up and, you know, and get everybody back on board and following code. Hey, let's just all pep rally. Hey, you guys do those. You guys like doing those marches? Can we? We're doing our part. We're doing our marches. You want to help us out? You want to join in? Oh, yeah. We made orange juice and crackers. No. We don't want your crackers. Your crackers ain't got no salt on them as that. And your orange juice ain't even orange juice. It's really Tang. Because all y'all been throwing out is that superficial, artificial, synthetic splendor of y'all white sugar. Y'all sugar ain't sweeter.
Minorities, but instead appreciate that there is a diverse society and that we can also benefit from it.
Furthermore, demonstrators rallied by chanting slogans of democracy needs you, while issuing warnings against any party collaborating with the far right. They also
y'all got all type of flags in there. Y'all got LGBTQ elemental P flags in there. Y'all got Nazi flags in there. Y'all got everybody flags. So who's fighting amongst who's the democracy y'all need this from? What is going on? Everyone around the world is confused. Y'all still in denial and confused about what the hell the issue is. The issue is y'all. Just like if it was me, if the issue was me, I have to do nothing but blame myself. I have to take full accountability and responsibility. I got to grab my own bootstraps and be like, you know what? My bad. I made the mistake. I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna do better. Simple as that. But when it comes to y'all look at each other, knowing that the problem is each one of y'all. And then we over here just chilling under an apple tree, just in the shade, chilling, laughing, reading, and studying. Y'all got to say, oh, those niggas over there is the problem. We ain't nowhere near in the vicinity of y'all, but y'all got to always just make it. Yeah, that's what y'all do.
Christian Democratic Union, CDU, of seeking support from the AFD. According to law enforcement officials, around 200,000 demonstrators took part in the demonstrations. However, organizers say that around
you got all the generations out here. Ain't none of y'all finna fix these roads. These kids is thin as hell. They ain't finna get out there and work on the buildings. They're rebellious. Look at the Misfits shirt. Look at the Metallica shirt. They're more defiant than compliant. They're not gonna want to get up and actually do no work. So who are you trying to get to do any of the fixing? Y'all did this to yourself. Every single nationality or around the whole world, y'all did this to yourself. From Korea, y'all did it to yourself. Y'all didn't have no births. North and South Korea. Japan, y'all didn't have no births. Y'all did it to yourself. China, y'all did it to yourself. Since 1980 to 2015, y'all did it to yourself. Turkey, y'all did it to yourself. India, y'all did it to yourself. Australia, y'all did it to yourself. All of Africa, y'all did it to yourself. South America, y'all did it to yourself. Europe, y'all really, 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 really did it to yourself. America, we did it to ourselves. Brothers and sisters, we let this happen because we were in the curse. There was nothing that we can get around with it. So it was allowed to happen to us, but no, it's not allowed to happen to us no more. And if we're allowing it to happen, then we deserve whatever part of that curse that we deserve, because we don't realize that there's no longer Jacob's trouble. And we're sitting around identifying with them like, oh, it's still going on. No. Well, you deserve to stay over there then. You stay on that side of the fence. We have no doing of you being over here. But every single one of y'all are going to face that now.
Around 320,000 citizens took part in the rally. Though the CDU has vowed that it will not form a government with the AFD, demonstrations have been erupting in several parts of the country ahead of the snap polls. Just last week, at least 160,000 people rallied in Berlin to demonstrate against the far right.
What's the far right? What's the far right? What's the far left? You guys are not making no sense about anything y'all talking about. Y'all not talking about anything y'all supposed to be talking about. So yeah, y'all still not gonna be able to address the situations and issues that are going on. So yeah, y'all gonna keep trying to rally together, and that rally is gonna go on deaf ears.
He made it clear, and you and I talked about this. I'm for a tax code that gives everybody the opportunity to get ahead. You and I talked about my friend Bill Bradley. He and I have been working for this for years. Do you believe the tax code should treat wages differently than it treats wealth?
Look, in any tax system that advantages and creates distortions, it is a change that Senator.
I can't even sit here and listen because they would never answer straight up. He just asked you a direct question. You just literally danced around it real quick, so I ain't even gonna let that slide no more. But anyways, after complaint, so this article, this was an older article that I never get around to it, but it kind of ties in the segue into what we're about to do, because we're about to get to that American crime, y'all. Get into it. We covered the weather, you know what's going on a macro level. We know that the spirits is here. Anyway, bosses are firing Gen Z grads just months after hiring them. Here's what they say they need to change. After complaining for the best part of 2 years that Gen Z grads are difficult to work with, bosses are no longer all talk, no action. Now they're rapidly firing younger workers who aren't up to scratch just months after hiring them. According to a report, 6 in 10 employers say they have already sacked some of the Gen Z workers they're hired fresh out of college in recent months. Yeah, so y'all not even willing to even stick around with your own, So what, you gonna hire an 81-year-old? You get out there and do the work. All right, cool. A platform dedicated to helping young professionals navigate the future of work surveyed nearly 1,000 of U.S. leaders, found that the class of 2024 shortcoming will impact future grads. Yeah, they're dumb as hell because why? Technology is assisting them. If you got devices that can literally retranslate your homework from French into English, yes, duh, he's not going to do his work. Duh, did he actually learn it? Duh, is he going to be able to apply it? Duh, he lied on his resume because he broke down that, yes, I speak French fluently. And then when you actually call him out and start speaking it, then he's like, no, instead of oui. That's the loopholes that all of y'all have been getting by. Y'all have had many parents paying for these kids to get through college. Look at all of the celebrities that wind up paying and got caught. They got in trouble and actually served time for paying schools off to let their kids slide. This has been going on for years and decades, y'all. Allowing all of the dumbassness of people to actually get hired in these positions. And when we actually start working alongside of y'all, we start realizing that, you're actually not that damn bright for what shows up on your resume. So yes, we're checking invoices and checking receipts. We're running back down and going through that checkpoint checklist to see if you really measure up and really matter. And lo and behold, look what it comes out to be, that no, you actually don't even foot the bill and say what you actually mean. So anyways, after experiencing a raft of problems with young and new hires, and one in 6 bosses say they're hesitant to hire recent college graduates. It ain't got nothing to do with them. It's what y'all system has created. And y'all did this to yourself. So eat it. Meanwhile, 1 in 7 bosses have admitted that they may avoid hiring them altogether next year. So 3/4 of this. So you have no new fresh legs, no new fresh money. You're literally stagnating them. You're not even bringing them in to cultivate them like they need to. Yes, even if they didn't. But at the same time, as a business, why would you want to have somebody who is incompetent on the job to sit there and cultivate them if they may take a longer time to grow out of the dirt and blossom into the banana head that they are? So, yeah, 3/4 of the company surveyed said that some or all of their recent graduate hires were unsatisfactory in some ways. Why are companies firing them? So it's So where is it going wrong for fresh-faced graduates? Employees gripe that with young people today is their lack of motivation or initiative. Well, if you're not trying to pay nobody, for one, you're trying to have somebody do all of the damn work, and then you're not trying to pay nobody for their service, for their time. You can't get time back. If I'm dedicating my time, that's my life. If I'm dedicated, it needs to be a fair exchange, no robbery. Equal exchange. Don't get yourself involved in deals you don't understand. And that's what people that are now recognizing. I guess the kids are much more smarter than the regular Joes. They're like, why am I going to sit here and work and motivated and you only trying to pay me $2? Knowing that I went to school for a PhD. So yeah, you got people that's making it even harder and stressful, even the people that actually have degrees, nursing degrees and stuff like that. They asking the doctors in Africa or in the Caribbeans that they got to work until they're over 70 years old. And they damn near literally have to, because why? Because everything has gotten sky high, and then everybody's lives is much more affected than it was before. People have lost their homes, their pensions, their whatever. Everything in the Pacific Palisades then got burnt up. Now you got people that used to be celebrities, powerful people, rich, wealthy, successful, profound people now working at Trader Joe's. Oh man, I used to see you on. Man, you used to be on one of my favorite shows, man. Now yeah, you can put this in my favorite bag now. Yeah, make sure you bag my groceries up, homie. Yeah. Whosoever is not humble shall stumble. Anyways, their lack of motivation or initiative. 50% of the leaders surveyed cited that as the reason why things didn't work out with their new hire. Bosses also pointed to Gen Z being unprofessional, unorganized, and having poor communication skills as their top reasons for having to sack grads. Are you communicating this with them? Are you actually listening or to find out? It goes both ways in communication. Communication is the key to understanding, and understanding is the key to healing. So, leaders say they have struggled with the latest generation tangible challenges, including being late to work and meetings often, not wearing office appropriate clothing, and using language appropriate for the workspace. Now, that's been around. It's funny they're just gonna peg it on just them. It's always been that. Y'all used to be in the offices, white collar workers grabbing ladies by the pussy. Come on now, cut it all out. Trying to morally grandstand, trying to be what is it? Um, subjective outrage. You know, selective outrage. Shout out to Chris Rock for saying that. Selective outrage. Now all of a sudden you want to be, mad because you want to be selective. But when it was you, y'all was doing all that. Y'all, yeah. So okay. Now more than half of the hiring managers have come to the conclusion that college graduates are unprepared for the world of work. Meanwhile, none of these kids are from kindergarten on up. You guys have created all this system, especially in ours, where you created this school to pipeline, prison pipeline, to where y'all made it meaningful. Y'all, it made sense. Y'all, people got paid. People got paid to make sure that your kids didn't learn, y'all. My teachers got paid to make sure that I did not know what was needed to know in those classes. You see what I'm saying? I had teachers trying to fail me, even though I did. I would look at other class. I would look at other students' papers. I would look at and I'm like, huh? How did I get that wrong? You got that right, and I got the same right answer. So yeah, y'all got it set up. Y'all set it up and rigged. Y'all got it set up and rigged. So we're just gonna leave it at that. I just wanted to bring that in because you got millions of people feeling like that they suffering now. Y'all made it to where y'all own folks is.
Millions of Americans are now part of what is known as the sandwich generation. The term comes from adults who are sandwiched between their children and their aging parents and supporting both. A new survey from Credit Karma finds 52% of those people feel financially disadvantaged. More than half say they can't save any money, and 40% say they skip personal purchases and vacations. The Credit Karma survey found 36% of the sandwich generation say they neglect their physical and mental health, and nearly half say it strains their relationships.
Yeah. That's what y'all did. That is what y'all did. I'm going to leave that one for closer to last. I'm going to keep this going on. yeah, y'all downsizing. How you gonna work when? Yeah.
As President Donald Trump continues his efforts of new information tonight as President Donald Trump continues his efforts of downsizing the federal government. Overnight, a federal judge barred Elon Musk and those outside of the Treasury Department from accessing
News station hiring.
sensitive payment records and ordered any of those who have received that information to destroy it right away. Now, it comes right after another federal judge paused, putting nearly 2,200 USAID workers on leave. We showed you this video yesterday of workers removing the signage above the USAID building here in D.C. Now the Department of Government Efficiency is preparing to take action at the Department of Education, which Trump has threatened to shut down. Willie James Inman has that story.
Protesters opposing President Trump's immigration policy stood outside his International Golf Club in West Palm Beach Saturday.
With the head of steam that President Trump has being swept into office, with this as the centerpiece of his agenda.
On Friday night, President Trump hosted a group of Republican senators at his Florida resort. He's trying to build congressional support for a massive bill to keep the government running, cut taxes, and fund border security. The move comes as Trump works to downsize the government by offering employees a buyout option and placing thousands of workers at USAID on administrative leave. Both actions are pending and under legal review. A group of U.S. representatives tried to enter the Department of Education to meet with Acting Secretary of Education Denise Carter. They were denied entry.
Already, Trump and Musk have placed Doge staffers.
My elder sisters are always the ones that gotta get you guys are complete. You guys are weaponized, man. It's just demoralizing, debilitating to be seeing, my beloved sisters that, kind of just hypnotized on and realize that you're being weaponized, in these certain circumstances. Like, we've never been a part of any of the system. We were a part of the system, and not in the way that we are delusional to believing and perceiving and conceiving as. It's like, we need to wake up to this, y'all. We need to wake up to this. But most people, this is you pick the side. You know what I'm saying? And you took a bag. It's like, you denied me 3 times. You denied me 3 times, and you took those trinkets. So yeah, everybody's getting all of their cold potatoes. Small portions, they're gonna come in medium portions, and they're gonna get their large portions too. But everything is being shut down, closed down, locked down, turned away, access denied, everything. Y'all all did this to yourself.
In the building, where they have access to the private data of millions of students and families.
The Department of Education is among several government agencies President Trump has under the microscope.
Pentagon, education, just about everything.
With help from Elon Musk and his program known as the Department of Government Efficiency. Willie James Inman, CBS News, West Palm Beach, Florida.
That's one thing that I'm noticing about Elon Musk, is that he's trying to do any and everything. These guys try to do any and everything, but actually do the right thing or do a good thing. People are perceiving it as that, but no, it's not. It's not. While their businesses is falling apart and not working out and stuff like that, ours is thriving. We working together. We staying together.
The Greensboro community is celebrating Black History Month by highlighting Black-owned businesses trying to build a strong future. An event today at the Lewis Recreation Center featured speakers from local businesses sharing their success stories, while also having vendors sell a range of goods like art, t-shirts, food, and more. This expo was for all ages.
The ability just to showcase what you have inside, the craftiness that we have, the passion that we have, is so important to express that, and the opportunities to do that are so far and in between. So for something like this to occur, it's huge, and I'm excited about it.
This is giving me a chance to make the money I need to help my business grow, to come into a company that will never stop going. No one can stop this company.
Ain't that the truth? Little guy's got a big future ahead of him. The expo was also a place for minority-owned businesses to network.
And see, I love this, but then we got to do better. because and that's why I feel like I had such an important job that the Most High has given me. Not just here on the virtual digital aspect where people can see me on social media and stuff like that, but physically in people's reality and grassroots level. Like I've been out in the streets and talking to people like this all over the place, all day, every day. Going to all of the soul food restaurants, kicking it with the people in the barbershops, you know. And problem is we don't have our own establishments. Now, yes, we see that things are falling apart. We're seeing all of the commercial buildings that are going under. We should be able to have our own. And so I highlight this as encouragement. I see this as uh, an interesting reality that we still face, that we're still operating at such a, a very slavish, you know, really minute, really small thinking. And we can appreciate the efforts from our OGs, the elders, to be able to be out here creating a representation for the younger generation to be able to see that, hey, create your own business. This is what it looks like. But the thing is, this needs to be on a massive scale. This needs to be in our own buildings. This needs to be in our own facilities. Yes, to where we look up to par, where our buildings are stellar. Just looking at this building, look at the walls, just a dirty, dirty white. Looking at the ceiling tiles, our stuff will be immaculate. You walk into my businesses, they will be immaculate. All of the cabling, all of the technological advanced equipment that will be in there will be immaculate. We have to stop operating in their facilities, in their structuralizations, their formalities. We have to be able to break outside of those norms. I want to be able to build black malls, like the dopest black malls, to where you wouldn't dare, if you seen a piece of trash on the ground, you would pick it up. Comparison of just walking past it. If you seen a brother acting out and stuff like that, people wouldn't even be able to get in without being able to. It will feel like, man, this is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where my visions have been since a young kid. My imagination. I've tried to turn my imagination into realizations, and so that's why I have just this passion that scares the shit out of people. This Syria, I have this just joy and jovialness about me, this gleefulness, this ultra super enthusiasm about me. It's because I believe. I've believed for such a long time, but I've never stopped believing because the Most High has literally kept me, even when people will turn you away. Even when Esau treats you like shit, even when 83 gets in your way with all of their obstacles, even your own skinfolk and kinfolk, then they'll try to take you down. But to look how far we have come to be where we're at now. This wasn't the case a long time ago. This was a case where we did have it. Don't get me wrong. 100 years ago, oh yeah, we had our Black Wall Streets. Oh yeah, we had these businesses. We was thriving, baby. We was doing our own thing. Problem is, we had a lot of problems that we needed to fix and we still needed to adjust. We're getting there. That's why I love seeing this. It's a promising. But we always get to this February month, we give it this nice little hoorah, and then we just simmer out. And to me, this is that Martin Luther King and Malcolm X assassination case where, we just go right back to our regularly scheduled program of, oppression. So I want to see us do better, you know. So that's why I highlight doing this and seeing this go down. So we're gonna be all right. We're gonna be all right. We know what's going on, and we see it, but we see what's going on the other side of the fence too. So that's why we have to be able to see two different sides of everything, knowing that we're trying to do things noble and righteous and on point and on code. While there's people breaking down and they're doing diabolical stuff and scamming and fraudulent and doing all of the things to their fellow neighbors. Do you love thy neighbor if the devil's next door? Love thy neighbor, do you? They're showing that they don't love thy neighbor. They hate their neighbor. They're willing to do any and everything to their neighbor. That's why it's an American crime now. It's a global crime now at this point. But that's what you're seeing. while we're building up and going up, they're spiraling out of control.
Well, internet scams remain a problem as a local elderly woman was scammed out of $60,000, according to the Sangamon County Davis. Talked with a executive to find out how this even happened and how it can be prevented. Spencer.
Now, the woman lost $60,000 to scammers and nearly an additional $30,000 before police intercepted the courier. Internet scams are nothing new and some tactics remain unchanged. That doesn't make them any less convincing when you're faced with a possible hack.
Our victims receive an email that they believe to be from Microsoft or some other computer company. When they call the phone number that's listed on the email, they're persuaded to allow the person on the phone to remote access.
Crouch tells us once this is done, the victim is informed they need to pay to get their account access back. In this case, the scammers first asked for $20,000 in gift cards. Then, after a couple of days, the cash requests began.
They requested $40,000 in cash be placed in a shoebox and taped. They called 3 or 4 days later, again demanding $30,000 this time, so $90,000 total to this one victim within a week.
999 and 9099.
When learning this, we reached out to an executive at a local bank to find out why this may have been allowed to happen from a banking standpoint.
People feel very threatened when you ask and very defensive, but we will ask, hey, what are we doing with this money? I will say that we have done that with customers in the past and they still want to take it out, and ultimately it is their money.
Both Sheriff Crouch and Johns emphasized the importance of letting law enforcement and your bank know of possible scams.
Be open and honest, and if a banker or teller is asking you questions, just know it's not just to know your information, it's to try to protect you.
Sheriff Crouch tells me they've now arrested 2 suspects in connection to this particular case. Reporting in studio.
Yeah, that's what y'all doing. That's what y'all doing. Yeah, it's getting real heavy out here for y'all. Really heavy,
Snow fell, and it fell hard and fast. Some areas will have to clear out several inches of snow and ice in the morning. New Jersey reporter Anthony Johnson in Ramsey tonight. And when we spoke to you earlier today, there was no snow at all. My, have things changed there, Anthony?
Yeah, around 7:30, all of a sudden, the snow started coming down here, and it's piled up. We have about 3 inches of snow out here on the highway. We got Route 17. You see it right behind me. We had an armada of plow trucks come through about 15 minutes ago. That's why, at this point in time, the road is passable. But we talked to a lot of people early this evening, right after it started snowing, and they said it was pretty treacherous to drive around. It came down with its promised punch. The snow piled up on the roads quickly, blanketing Route 17, which became slick and snow-covered in a hurry.
I lost traction control. My traction went off, and I couldn't get the grip on my wheels.
Exactly.
I almost stopped on the 17 right here, and I had somebody right behind me, so it was very dangerous.
Yeah.
Plow trucks are already pouring salt, and plowing operations will go well into the night. It's been a while since we've had a snowstorm like this, so drivers are being cautious.
You got to take it slow. A little slippery out there.
You ain't supposed
it came
to be
down pretty quick.
Pretty quick.
They hard-headed.
And it's been a while since we had one.
I know. I love a good snow day.
Does he know what he's doing still, or?
He does. We're in good hands.
The storm is supposed to move through the area overnight, and in some areas there could be an inch an hour falling from the sky.
Oh, right now it's a little
An inch an hour.
dangerous, though. I'm coming from Chester, New York.
Oh, okay.
And it's a little bit.
Larry stopped
exactly.
to pick up some window wiper fluid to make sure he could drive through the frozen precip without having his view blocked by snow and ice. What do you think about driving on our first real snowstorm in a while?
I'd rather be home.
and none of y'all you're still hard-headed.
Drive safely.
Even when they say that they know that they need to be home or anything like that, people still hard-headed. Don't nobody want to listen. That's the reason. This year is going to be the year of all reveal, but it's going to be a year of true humility on everybody's part. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's exempt. But most people are not listening that these weather patterns are being amplified, and people are still not listening. You got people still want to go out and enjoy themselves, Super Bowls and festivals and kayak walks and kayak swimming down the lakes and kayak and walking and all this stuff. It's the point that you got to be still, because God is trying to tell you something, brothers and sisters. While these people ain't listening, oh, we listening. We hearing it. We seeing the. We getting the downloads. We're hearing the trees. We're hearing the wind. We're hearing the animals. We're hearing the water. We're hearing the ground. We're hearing the angelic voices all throughout, to be not taking this serious and seeing the signs as they come. These people are out on the road, all their cars, tires bald, no traction, on the phone, arguing, turning the radio, ain't got no Freon. No windshield wiper, bad windshield wipers, bad drivers. The snow is different this year. And I knew this was going to be the case. I knew all the water was going to be different. The water was going to be operating at a whole different capacity. Anyways, we're going to keep this moving.
On scene of a water main break in East Providence. You can see water on the street there. This is Willett Avenue. The mayor says about 25 homes as of now are impacted. Crews are working. They had those traffic cones out. It's unclear what exactly caused the issue, but the mayor says he's hopeful that crews will be done before the plows have to go.
Now, you got to understand, we just saw the earthquakes that just happened. You got to understand, things got shaken out of their sockets, and then it gets frozen. It gets wet and gets frozen, gets wet and gets frozen. You got a lot of pressure that's building up on that East Coast right now. They're about to get hit with, well, at least I know for 2 for sure right now, but at least 3 back to back to back crazy storms right now.
Coverage tonight on the weather with today's wintry mix and the potential for more on Tuesday. Many spend time preparing. Ashley Paul is on your corner in Baltimore County with how professional crews and residents got ready. Ashley.
It's okay. It doesn't last long here in Maryland, so no big deal.
It becomes an inconvenience. The kids are going to be home from school, so it disrupts work, and I'm over snow at this point.
No,
it's one of the
snow ain't over
necessary
y'all.
evils of a northeast winter, but crews are ready to pick up what Mother Nature puts down.
Time to get busy, time to get to work.
It's days like these that contractor Bobby Heron waits for.
Just getting my truck ready and, filling it up with salt and just sitting on the lot waiting for my call to go drop salt on the road.
Charlie Gishler with the Maryland State Highway Authority says that's the name of the game, getting ahead of the storm so there's less danger on the roads and less work to do later on.
We went ahead and did some pre-treating in areas where there wasn't any residual salt from that little storm that came through this past week. So we did complete our pre-treating operations with the salt brine. What that does is prevent that initial bonding of snow and ice from adhering to the pavement, turns it into more of a slush. It's easier to move out of the way that way.
And while the efforts are in place to try and keep the roads safe, especially on nights where the ice is the biggest challenge, Gishler says the best thing to do is stay put.
Ice is very dangerous. It's nobody's friend. We do recommend you curtail or delay travel if you can Saturday night into Sunday morning. Warmer temperatures are supposed to come and turn everything into rain, and then tomorrow we'll get some good drying action for you for the big game.
Which people we spoke with say they are glad to do.
We have a hill, so they sled.
We, I think, are going to grab some carry out and then go home.
Now, thankfully, as you heard, it seems like the worst is behind us for this storm, but we're bracing for another week of wintry weather. And Gishler says that they plan to take it day by day to figure out a plan of action. Now, if you do go out and your vehicle ends up disabled, there are some things that Gishler says you can do. The first thing, move as far off the road as possible, put on your four-way hazards. He says, most importantly, stay inside your vehicle to wait for help and call pound 77 to be directed to your local state police to come and get some help. Now, also, he urges drivers to check out roads.maryland.gov. They can see the latest weather conditions, the latest road conditions, and even a live feed from their cameras before making that decision to travel.
Yeah, I got some folks out there on that side of the coast. So, yeah.
Frogs, coconut rhinoceros beetles, little fire ants, and the list keeps growing. The state's agricultural department is battling a surge of invasive species, and some say it's time for a dedicated biosecurity chief. Bryce Moore has the details.
The Hawaii Ag Department says working with the community to combat invasive species will be critical this year, with $10 million approved in 2025.
Which is more money than the Department of Agriculture has ever had dedicated to biosecurity efforts. We're going to say, we have a statewide plan for public property, but for the private properties in the communities, maybe you guys can help us with this funding and decide what you're going to do for CRB.
Now, coconut rhinoceros beetle is widespread on Oahu. It has also been found on Kauai, Maui, and Hawaii Island. Invasive Species Committee in each county help respond to reports, but some legislators hope to cut through some of the red tape by establishing a statewide chief of biosecurity.
So that it becomes a priority, so that someone actually owns the issue and can follow through. And so we need a much more tight strategic plan that we know can get implemented.
The manager of Oahu's Invasive Species Committee has some concerns about shifting roles. His crew just sprayed for coqui frogs last night in Pololo Valley.
Because they're proposing to move it from the DLNR right now to the Department of Agriculture. So when anything gets past the ports of entry and starts to establish, that's where the Island Invasive Species Committee, that's where Oahu Invasive Species Committee is able to come in and work with residents, work in their backyards.
Field specialists say their on-the-ground work wouldn't be possible without the public, and they're urging folks to send in reports.
If you see something, say something. So it's always good to call the pest hotline or contact either HDOA, OISC, whoever is involved, and just getting it to the right parties and being able to, report a pest.
But with so many city, state, and community agencies, De La Cruz says it's time there's a position that can be held to account for the continuing spread of invasive species.
I mean, it's gotten to the point where we have little fire ant, we have coconut rhinoceros beetle, we have coqui frog, and the list is continuing to grow.
We are hoping for the day, Bryce, that farmers and ranchers can wake up and they can say, okay, what do I farm today, rather than what invasive species do I have to treat for today?
Wow.
The bill to create a biosecurity chief just passed the Senate Commerce and Consumer Protection Committee this week. We'll follow along and let you know how it progresses. Bryce Moore, KHON.
So, Hawaii, there's trouble in paradise. There's trouble in paradise. Hawaii's growing pest crisis. Pestilence. Insects in all of these islands. All of the islands around the world are going through these same situations. Hawaii's gone through fire. Hawaii's gone through earthquakes. Hawaii's going through a damn volcano blowing up right now on a consistent daily basis, y'all. And they're not even being able to eat because all of they're saying invasive, but you guys are the ones that are invasive. They're saying that you are invading their place of peace. So yeah, they shutting all of y'all down, showing y'all who's really the boss. All of the animals around the world, insects and all, are all rising. You're seeing a massive influx of populations of all animals thriving now.
Has set a conservation benchmark in the global platform. The country's tiger population has doubled over the span of a decade. This goes to show that large predators can thrive alongside human communities. Take a look at this success story.
Of all the big cats, tigers are the closest to extinction. Around a century ago, 100,000 wild tigers roamed freely across Asia. Now, only around 4% are left. India, which is home to roughly 70% of the global tiger population, has a reason to roar. The world's largest wild tiger population has surged from 1,706 in 2010 to an impressive 3,682 in 2022. The resurgence of Indian tigers represents a triumph for conservationists, a ray of hope for other countries struggling to boost wildlife numbers. According to a study published in the journal Science, India's success offers important lessons for tiger range countries that conservation efforts can benefit both biodiversity and nearby communities. India's Project Tiger was launched in 1973 when tiger numbers had plummeted below 2,000. It stands as the world's most successful and the longest running conservation programs. The initiative's holistic approach has created a delicate balance between wildlife protection and community development, particularly through ecotourism revenues that benefit local populations. India's success stems from a comprehensive approach combining strict anti-poaching measures, habitat protection, and innovative community engagement strategies. The magnificent predators now roam across 138,200 square kilometers of diverse terrain. These majestic big cats, capable of reaching speeds up to 65 kilometers per hour and weighing up to 300 kilograms, now share their habitat with approximately 60 million people across India. Despite the challenges this presents, successful coexistence has been achieved in several states, including Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Uttarakhand and Karnataka, where tigers thrive at high densities alongside human settlements. Even the transboundary tiger conservation program between India and Bangladesh has been fruitful over the past few years. The Royal Bengal tiger is the best known land-based predator in the Sundarbans, found in these two countries. This cross-border initiative, focused on harmonious coexistence with tigers in the Sundarbans, has been underway since 2018. The tiger resurgence in India has given hope to environmentalists involved in other conservation programs too. Project Cheetah, an initiative by the Government of India, has reintroduced cheetahs into the wild after they were declared extinct in the country in 1952. It involves importing cheetahs from Africa and establishing them in suitable habitats within India, particularly in national parks and wildlife reserves. India's conservation model's success hinges on a dual strategy of land sparing and sharing, proving that both approaches are essential for the big cat's recovery. While 25% of tiger habitat remains prey-rich and protected, the remaining areas demonstrate how humans and wildlife can coexist through careful management and sustainable practices. Adding to the human-wildlife conflict, there are also threats of habitat loss and climate change. Though tiger conservation in India is being hailed as a success story, these critical challenges remain for the future of such efforts.
The effort is to get the hell out of their way and to get the hell off the land that they roam. You're all in their way, you know. But yeah, regardless of their involvement, they getting the animal species are just coming back. You know, they're just really coming back. And the ones that are just like that they're here, but they're like might be a pot of them die off, just as an omen, literally an omen in these locations.
80 olive ridley turtles were washed ashore in Cox's Bazar alongside southeastern Bangladesh, a popular tourist attraction. Why are these turtles dying and being washed ashore? Take a look at this report.
An abundant species found in tropical waters. The world over is increasingly endangered. Olive ridley sea turtles, relatively small in size, can live up to 50 years in the wild. Alarmingly, their numbers are on a decline, and periodically they have been victim of mass die-off events, such as one witnessed last month in the nearby southern Indian state of Odisha. Olive ridley sea turtles throng the coasts of Odisha for the purpose of nesting in large numbers. Thousands kilometers away from the Indian coast, let's take you to Bangladesh, where more than 80 turtles were found washed up on the Cox's Bazar beach. More than 80% of the turtles discovered washed up on the Cox's Bazar coast were females who had ostensibly come ashore to lay eggs.
All of them are olive ridley turtles. Previously, we used to find bodies of turtles wrapped with fishing nets, but this time we don't see any fishing nets. But some turtles had injuries on their bodies. We determined their sex too, and we found that 10-15 turtles were males and the rest of the 70 were female. It means they came along the shore to lay eggs as it's their breeding season.
That's crazy, y'all. Look, this is crazy. Look. All of this is so omen for them right now. Oh my goodness. So look, alrighty, the spiritual meaning of a turtle. Turtle, spiritually symbolizes longevity, wisdom, patience, protection, and connection to the earth, often representing a grounded and stable presence with the ability to endure challenges due to its long lifespan and protective shell. In many cultures, is also associated with creation and fertility. So with that being said, then you just mentioned Ridley. So the name Ridley is one of the English origin, meaning reed meadow, or woodland clearing. It can be used as a given name or a surname. Ridley is a habitational name, which means it refers to people who live near a specific place. So this is a specific message for them. Specific. The name comes from an Old English word, either reeds plus layer or woods, or clearing, meaning cleared land. So they're being cleared from the land. So the name originated in English potentially. So the clearing it won't be long to be cleared of the land. And it's no more patience of them being removed from the land. There's no more fertility. There's no more fruitfulness for you. There's no more ability to endure. There's no more longevity. That's just deep. That's just off of what I just heard.
In order to breathe, turtles float on the water. But once they get entangled in fishing nets, they are forced to remain underwater for too long and end up suffocating to death.
When the turtles come to the shore to lay eggs, they get trapped in fishing nets.
So with that being said, that meaning behind with the trapped in the fishing nets and stuff like that, these people are caught and trapped in the curse. You're caught in the net of your judgment right now. That's not a good omen. You're being cleared from that land right now. Every single one of y'all right now. These happen for a reason, y'all.
The fishermen then either break their legs to free them from the nets, or they pound them with sharp objects.
Wow.
I saw that all the turtles had eggs. A turtle usually has 100-150 eggs. Usually I find living turtles every year, but this year I see only dead turtles.
Wow.
Plastic waste washed ashore is another factor leading to the deaths of the turtles on one of the world's longest beaches in Bangladesh. Experts are of the opinion that a disruption in the turtle population risks severe damage to local marine ecology. Turtles eat jellyfish, which helps in the survival of fish larvae. Hence, in order to sustain the fish stocks, the survival of sea turtles is absolutely crucial. Though Bangladeshi scientists are yet to determine the cause of the deaths, it is suspected that overfishing and the use of sea-sweeping trawler nets could have played a hand in these unfortunate deaths. For now, the probe into the deaths of these turtles is on.
Yeah, how's it a net when they're not even in a net? Like y'all probes, y'all investigations lead y'all into very stupid, illogical, illogical. Look what y'all have been doing to the animals, to the land. This is judgment for y'all. That is a very bad omen for them right now.
For strangling his girlfriend and abusing her dog. Police were called to Morrow Road in West Nashville yesterday for a domestic disturbance. Police say 28-year-old Andrew Fleming and his girlfriend got into an argument in a rideshare after a night of drinking. When arriving home, the victim initially stayed in the car while Fleming went inside, but eventually followed for her fear of her dogs. The victim says she was then strangled, her head slammed into the ground. The victim also says Fleming took one of her dogs and threw it against a wall. The victim was able to flee back to the rideshare and get to safety. Fleming now charged with felony assault and animal cruelty.
Yep. The animals are getting in, intervening. They stepping up. Hey, what's going on over here? What's going on over here? Yeah, it is. Whew, wow, so much going on, y'all. So much. Can't even like not even talk about it or avoid it. It's like really real. It's really real out here in these streets. Anyways, let's keep it going. What did I skip? I just skipped something. What did I skip? Oh, there you go. This is another serious case that just broke out too. Let me bring that up, get that out the way.
Moving to India, where Mumbai City has reported its first case of the Guillain-Barré syndrome. The patient is a 64-year-old woman, and this comes as the state of Maharashtra witnessed a spike in suspected GBS cases, with 180 individuals detected so far.
180. There's that number, 180. But anyways, like, they just got finished celebrating. All of these folks around the whole world just got finished celebrating. For the next, everybody's still celebrating right now. Everybody going out trying to be festive, and they're coming back with something, or they're coming back home to something. See what I'm saying? Like, it's they're locked. They're locked wherever they go. It's not okay. It's not good.
According to local municipal officials, the patient in Mumbai is currently being treated in the intensive care unit of a civic-run hospital. The woman was hospitalized with fever and diarrhea that was followed by ascending paralysis. This is the first case in Mumbai, the capital of Maharashtra state. 6 deaths have been reported in the state's Pune district so far. Now, a rare nerve disorder, GBS, can be seen in patients immediately after a bout of infection. According to reports, GBS is a rare autoimmune neurological disorder. The symptoms occur as a result of body's immune response to bacteria or virus. It can be seen in patients immediately after a bout of infection, when the immune system malfunctions and mistakenly attacks the nervous system. Now, in Maharashtra's Pune, in a response to the growing GBS outbreak, the municipal corporation sealed 30 private water supply plants in adjoining areas of the city. Now, these areas have been identified as the epicenter of the outbreak. Common symptoms for GBS are difficulty in walking, moving facial muscles, and problems with coordination and balance. Other symptoms include severe weakness in limbs, diarrhea, abdominal pain, fever, nausea, or vomiting. Now, GBS symptoms can be managed by early intervention, such as intravenous immune globulin therapy or plasma exchange. Some may even need respiratory support. Physical therapy and rehabilitation can speed up recovery for GBS patients as well. The recovery period can vary depending on the individual and the severity of symptoms. It can last from a few weeks to months or even years.
I bring this up is because the amount of people that are going to get sick around the world is going to skyrocket. It already skyrocketed in New York already, where it just jumped exponentially. But you got to understand, all these people been celebrating, and everybody been all over the place. The weather is coming down. People having to be outside in the weather and the elements, and they're not typically used to being outside in the cold and the elements and the weather. So because of that, most people get caught and catch something. So it is definitely that time of the season right now. It is definitely that time of the season. So let's go ahead and keep it going right now. Yeah, let's run through all of these, get these out of the way. Make sure I got Still got the. Oh yeah, this one right here. Let's just get this one out the way.
Work crews are sweeping up the broken glass tonight after witnessing a moment they'll never forget. This security video shows what happened hours ago from start to finish. A man is pulling out of this convenience store, leaving to get onto Westheimer. But something happens. The car starts driving into traffic, crossing all the lanes of Westheimer, hitting a truck, and then a guy on foot.
Before we knew it, all of a sudden we just saw a vehicle barreling through the glass window.
Nicole Sheedy was inside the tattoo shop when the Mercedes crashed through the windows. She was safe. Another man waiting for his tattoo was sitting on a sofa.
And then he proceeded to, crush him kind of inside the wall. So it was quite scary, just sitting there, and then all of a sudden there's the car inside the shop.
When I saw the car go in the shop, I knew that something was bad.
Jeffrey Christopher was driving along Westheimer when it happened. He pulled over and ran into the shop.
When I ran to his car and opened the door, he had his foot on the gas pedal still. So he was still like trying to drive, and he didn't know where he was. So I slammed the car in park, and I said, "Sir, you got to get out the car. You got to get out the car."
Inside the Mercedes was the driver. He told everyone he'd blacked out and didn't know what happened. The man who was hit by the car was rushed to the hospital with severe injuries to his leg. Police say the driver did not seem intoxicated, but will need to be cleared by DPS before he can drive again.
He seemed coherent at this point. He did not drive home.
I bring that up is because people are blacking out. People are going into a whole different place, a whole different realm, and being shown something and not knowing that they're in this reality, they're effectively doing these actions. But when people waking up, they're like, I don't know what happened. I don't know I got taken somewhere. And you know what I'm saying? But to them, when they're explaining these stories, people looking at them like, no, you're crazy. Like, you just ran over everything and did all this. Like, people are justifying the outside things comparison to people that are going through these things where they're saying like, oh man, you got to believe me. You got to believe me. Like, no, I don't believe you. I believe that you hit this person, you hit this car, and you ran into the tattoo shop. No, you got to believe the other part. No, we can't believe that because we have too much evidence showcasing that you're just a reckless person and you just have to, there's something just really wrong with you. Like, well, this is what happened. This was wrong. No, we don't believe it was that. We just believe that you're just, you know what I'm saying? So their ability to be compelling in their arguments and stuff like that, knowing that when I hear something like this, like, oh, you blacked out? Okay. Huh. And I will start, putting it in a whole different direction than what it would be written down on the police report. So, but yeah, that's why I said like the whole driving thing right now, it's like people are blacking out and veering off. People are exhausted. Their brains are exhausted. The planetary family is exhausting people out, and more people are behind the wheel who are definitely not prepared or not professional or not appropriate. Don't have any driving etiquette or driving manners or considerations, and so these vehicles are being used as a weapon. Like they can really hurt somebody. So, yeah, let's keep going.
Volunteered for Operation Santa for 30 years, delivering countless toys to children all across Pasadena and Altadena. But last month, the Palisades fire took his home. Philip Alderton, he gave everything to his community and now has nothing.
Friends are hoping that his community can come together and match Philip's generosity by helping him rebuild his life. Chris Wolf is in the Palisades with more.
This very resilient transplant from Australia says the Palisades fire first forced him out of his home here in the Tahitian Terrace mobile home community overlooking the Pacific Ocean. Then he says he later learned that flames were exploding across the county where he often volunteers his time as Santa Claus every Christmas Eve. He says he felt like the wildfire was chasing him. KTLA profiled Philip Alderton, aka Santa Claus, back in 2019. The longtime volunteer for Operation Santa brought gifts and Christmas cheer to countless children and families who needed the heartfelt holiday magic most in Altadena and Pasadena.
Now, I want y'all to know that I just got finished being down in that whole region not too long ago. No, actually, when it actually was going on, and it's completely gone, y'all. Places and people's houses that I know out there, it's completely gone. Places that we used to be in the camp out there, right on the hill and gated community, that's all gone. It's all the way gone. So to seeing all of this happening right now is, Santa's been naughty. What has Santa been doing? What has Santa been doing with these kids? Huh? But look like he got a piece of coal in his sock.
After hours of work, the excavator that fell through the ice into knee-deep water on Lake Winnipesaukee is finally out. The 10,000-pound machine fell through the ice sometime Thursday night. The owner called a marine salvage contractor Friday morning to help remove it from Paugus Bay. The recovery team was finally able to get the machine out this afternoon.
Yep. The ice is not playing nice. The ice is not playing nice. Let's keep the party going. We're going to get to all of this American crime real soon, right now. I got tabs on the other computer, too.
It was 1 year ago today that Wisconsin faced an unprecedented weather event in February. Two twisters slammed Rock County, which is south of Madison. This is video from last year. It was the first February tornado in recorded Wisconsin history. News Chopper 12 getting an aerial view of the destruction left behind. Look at those images there. 1 year later, the rebuild is still in progress. It's a community effort to help get everyone back on their feet with the roof above their head.
It was just unbelievable and phenomenal that they did that just out of the kindness of their heart to come out and help clean up a tragedy like this.
It really showed how the community comes together in these small towns like this.
Rock County officials say 3 homes were destroyed by the storms. 10 others had major damage.
10 homes. 10 homes. We got 10 homes.
Well, imagine this. Your family has asthma, and your home is filled with black mold. Black mold caused by a water leak.
It's reality for an Elk City.
I'm glad he said that. I'm glad he said that because a couple years ago, they said that my father had passed away because of COVID, and his actual rental apartment had black mold throughout it. And the apartment complex people, the people that were there covered it up. And so I knew that I was in spiritual court, and my father's spirit was with me, and he helped me solve his own passing. You know what I'm saying? But I'm grateful for that because that allowed me to be able to get closer to my father, you know, even in his absence. So I was very appreciative and thankful for the Most High for being able to give me that, because we didn't get a chance to really spend a lot of time together while he was alive. But while in his passing, you know, we got really close from that, a lot of these horrific situations in my life that I had to go through, and the circumstances that I had to go through in order to, you know, honor thy mother and thy father, you know, putting my father at peace and putting him at rest, you know. And so I just bring that up just because of, you know, the black mold situation that just popped up.
City family who says maintenance at their apartment complex has done little to nothing to help.
And that's what happened with him. And they got away with, they took his deposit and all type of stuff. So yeah, you have a lot of crooks out here. Got a smile on your face, man. Act like they all good, act like they're your friends and family, even the people that you know you paying your rent to, and all of these things. You know, everything has been conformed as a business in capitalism, and that capitalism has no boundaries of morality or anything like that. My mother used to tell me there's no hustler's remorse. When they got that ability to be able to conform and change their you know, their spiritual stance and compromisation of a dollar bill, of the trinkets of Judas. Nah, son, I don't want to sit here and I don't want to do my fellow person wrong because I want to, you know, make some money. Nah, man, I'm cool. I'd rather do what I need to do by, spiritual integrity and keep that going, but that's what people have been doing. These landlords, scumlords will hike up the rent on you, and they take all your rent money and go straight to the casino and blow it all at the casino. And then you're wondering why your rent keep getting jacked up.
News 4's Tanner De Leon is going in their corner. Tanner.
Well, the family says they have dealt with water issues over the past few years, but this has been by far the worst. Pipes burst in early January, leaving their apartment in about 2 inches of water. And what they say is even worse than that, a maintenance worker was fired for going out of his way to try and help.
Yeah.
Both my daughters and wife and mother-in-law they're asthmatic. And black mold can cling into you real easy, and it start growing on the inside of the human being's body, and it can inevitably kill you. So I'm constantly worried about that.
Caleb Lovelace worried for those he loves. He says repairs to his apartment aren't being made fast enough. In January, a pipe burst. A maintenance worker was sent to check the damage.
They had about an inch of standing water throughout their whole unit.
Seeing that, Michael Berry told management more needed to be done to fix the problem, but says he was met with backlash.
Went to go tell her about it, and she wasn't concerned with those. So I went higher up and told the higher manager, well, during the time I was doing the repairs, she told me after I was done to come in the office, asked me why I proceeded to call the higher ups, and I told her, and she proceeded to tell me.
It's interesting to be seeing. Damn, that's a lot of fives. But it's interesting to be seeing all these people go through all these complaints and all these different situations like this, because our people went through this. My mother went through this. Her pipes froze. It was a hell of a problem just trying to get them to come out and fix it. When they actually came out to try to fix it, they didn't even fix the problem. They made the problem worse. They ripped up the damn pipe. They ripped up the water pipe that goes to all of the pipes to the house. We were without water for 3 days in Indiana, in Anderson, Indiana. It was -6 degrees. My mother had a heart attack and pneumonia the first night I got there. I was about to get signed to a record deal, and I had got that call. Good friend happened to just pay my plane ticket to get me out there. When the plane landed, the plane slid on the tarmac. As soon as I got in that house, I had to wreck shop because I seen what was going on with my mother. Now, these scumlords, they're not going to do nothing. They're not going to fix nothing. The moment that I even made it a point, they try to evict my mama instead of fixing the problem. So, yeah, y'all are now going through all of the problems and agonies that we living in all of these project buildings where y'all definitely collected all of the rent money, never saved any of the money to invest back into making sure that you guys can refurbish it and refurnish it and make sure that it's rebuilt and restructured the right way. Y'all let all of these people that worked on the businesses, they weren't blessed with black hands. So yeah, things deteriorated and came up short because y'all cut corners. All of these businesses, all these construction companies, all of these federal businesses, nonprofit organizations, every single thing around the whole world, y'all have been cutting corners and did everything in the name of capitalism. So now that y'all blessing is literally falling apart like origami paper.
And she proceeded to tell me that I was fired for my attitude.
Weeks later and still no fix, Lovelace called News 4. When he told management
we
were coming Monday, he says workers then came by.
They immediately had maintenance come out and put a coat of Kills on it real quick, hoping it would do it, but everyone knows Kills alone doesn't kill mold.
When we stopped by the office, no one was there, so we called the number on the door.
That would honestly be something that needs to be taken up with my regional manager.
For 2 days, we kept trying to get answers.
So my regional manager actually passed it along to corporate, and that's kind of just up to them now on what's going to happen with them calling you, and we're not allowed to comment on anything here.
On Wednesday, they sent us pictures showing repairs have been made and signed documents to prove it, but they did not answer our questions about why it took so long or about Barry's termination.
How could I be wrongfully terminated for trying to do what my job was and do right by my tenants?
We're hoping this will maybe wake them up and make them think, okay, we do have tenants. We do have to think about these families, not just ourselves and our pockets.
Yeah, I think about yourself, but when it comes to us.
Gave a big shout out to News 4 and the In Your Corner team.
You see how they grandstand and they have to use the news and everything like that when things was going on in our community and we were yelling at the top of our lungs. Y'all just literally said, "Shut up and dribble." Y'all went along and y'all would just put us out and y'all would kick us out, regardless of us saying anything that needed to be said about the problems and the circumstances that was going on. Y'all got away with a lot, yo. And now that your own people trying to even speak up now, and your own people are seeing that this is the treatment that our people been getting for a long time. Hey, what is going on? What the hell is going on between the sheets in my home? Yet, you got a lot of it going on right now. So, yep, let's keep it going.
And was arrested after attempting to steal a trailer in Somerville. 54-year-old Bobby Joe Husky from Georgetown is facing grand larceny for this incident. Berkeley County sheriffs say a deputy was working when he saw Husky on security cameras trying to steal a trailer, but unsuccessfully. Husky then fled the scene. Responding deputies located the vehicle in question, and when they spoke to Husky, he reportedly admitting to the attempt to steal that trailer. Deputies say prior to this, he was out on bond in North Carolina, also for stealing a trailer.
Trailer trash. Trailers.
A trailer hauling canisters of nitrous oxide exploded on I-10 in Metairie. That was this afternoon, and you can see the large plumes of smoke coming from the trailer at the Veterans Boulevard exit. A Jefferson Parish official said the explosion damaged 2 homes on a street on the other side of the barrier, but luckily no one was hurt. It caused some major delays on I-10 while we were already seeing some heavy traffic from Super Bowl visitors. And we're told first responders cleared that scene quickly, and you can see traffic looks like it's now moving smoothly there on I-10 at Veterans Boulevard. But there's still a lot of vehicles in.
Ooh, getting messed up. It's getting heavy out here, y'all.
All right, this just into our Live 5 newsroom. The Orangeburg Department of Public Safety looking for a missing elderly man who may be in danger. Police say 83-year-old Jesse Waters suffers from dementia. We've got a photo on your screen right now if you want to take a look. He is believed to be driving a silver 4-door 2012 Chevy Silverado with a hard shell cover on the back, and the South Carolina license plate is UJF 933. A plate on the front reads the word golf. Now, police say he may be driving toward the Rincon, Georgia area. Anyone who sees that truck or sees this gentleman, you're asked to call 911, or you may also call the Orangeburg Department of Public Safety.
I bring this up is because many of the elderly people who have these type of symptoms like Alzheimer's and dementia and stuff like that, they're just, when they get recovered, they're saying that somebody spoke to them or they were going to a place. Like it's like a spirit, one of our elders, one of our ancestors are talking to these people to bring them their memories back. It's like, oh no, motherfucker, you ain't forgetting about what you did. Oh, we ain't gonna make sure you forget. So it's like it's taking them back to places that they needed to go back and revisit. It's been plenty of times where people who have these symptoms have driven off and then their car is gone. And these people are at the bottom of a lake or under a bridge. There was a story where a dude was under a bridge. Yeah. So our ancestors are coming out of the ground and just soaking right up into these people. Like, no, you're not going to go out on the blades of glory. Like we just like it's like bringing these people back to a GPS location, a spiritual ancestral GPS location of something that they may have been involved in or participated in. This is not no joke. This is literal real life. Like, why this man is going to a specific location. Like all of a sudden he remembered that, but he can't remember to sit his ass down. So yeah, no, this is not just this. I don't look past these things because I remember working at a convalescent hospital, being around patients that was like this. I remember being around patients that was like, man, my old black worker used to talk. She come to visit me. Like this crazy, the stories I used to hear, y'all. I've been around a lot of elders my whole life. That's because they told us that you got to listen to the older folks. Pay attention, soak up the old game. So yeah, I got an old soul. My mama used to call me, "Hey, what's up, old man?" You know what I'm saying? So it's like I know I'm noticing. It's like, man, this is so really real that my memory is not failing me. You know, The- the- it, but these people that thought that their memories was failing now, it's because they are being truly haunted now. In the sense we're saying it's haunted, I don't want to mean it in a negative way because it works in our favor. It's a blessing for us, but for them, it's like night terrors. It's haunting all of these memories to all of these people. Everything, everybody's being rewinded everything that they ever done right now. That's why you see a lot of people getting frustrated or angry or trying to grandstand or pout or shout and yell and scream because things are coming back to them or realities that other people's realities that now they're living the realities of people that may have been laughing at. You know what I'm saying? You're now living the realities of people that you actually used to, treat bad. You're now living the reality behind bars of the people that you used to lock up and plant evidence on. You're now living the realities of you used to take all of that insurance money from people, but now you didn't lost your home in the Pacific Palisades. You're now living the reality of now you never gave that one little $1 when you had millions of dollars. You could have gave a $1 to a brother that could have helped him go and eat, and now all of your money then got eaten up. You now live in a reality that you didn't hire now one brother and sister, and now all of your corporate buildings are now falling apart like origami paper. You're now living the reality of the fact that you didn't want to feed the needy. So now all of your farmland is stricken by diseases and pestilence and things like that. Y'all brought this upon yourself. Y'all not gonna be forgotten. This is not for y'all. This ain't the time. Y'all not gonna forget. This is the year of revealing. This is about to get revealed back to y'all. So yeah, let's get to it, man. You got me all in my ancestral spiritual bag right now because I'm just waiting on my cauldron, man. This is a very important week for me, y'all. Like this is a serious week for me, y'all. So yeah, I take my my ancestor energy real serious because I came a long way. A lot of people may not understand it, but I'm a Nogaite, and I realize that I've always been a man of love and caring and compassion and helpfulness and gentleness, you know. And so to see that how all of these people have, even in my own life, have committed just so many ill wrongs, doings, the the drunk the obsession with power and control and taking it by force. Nah, this stuff is being this stuff is being shown the right way it's supposed to. Anyways, let me get through these, man, because I will go on. I will keep talking.
After authorities say he killed one man and seriously injured another last night. 38-year-old Kendall Purnell was arrested today after officers found him at a gas station early this morning in Waterville. According to Maine State Police, they were called to a home on Walnut Drive in Norridge Walk around 11:30 last night. Troopers say when they arrived, they found one man dead and another with serious head injuries inside the home. State police told other local departments to be on the lookout for Purnell, who was seen driving the homeowner's vehicle. Purnell is being held at the Somerset County Jail. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is conducting an autopsy on the man found dead. Lifelight took the other victim to a Bangor hospital where he is listed in critical condition.
That's how much rage is coming out right now. That's how much rage is coming out. 111 in the corner. I'm just seeing that right now down there. But yeah, Ben Stiller looked really bad. Ben Stiller is looking real bad right now. Ben Stiller is looking real bad. Let's keep the party going.
Facing several charges, including the victim from the shooting. This is all happening in Honeypath. Take a look at your screen right here. Detectives with the Anderson County Sheriff's Office say
American
that
crime.
people, Amy Kate Moore, Tony Lavelle and Steele Blando. They were at a
Three
home on
Stooges.
Abercrombie Road Wednesday when Blando shot Lavelle in the leg. We're told that the 27-year-old ran from the scene and was found Friday in Spartanburg. During the investigation, deputies say drugs and a gun were found where Lavelle and Moore were staying. Both Moore and Lavelle are at the Anderson County Sheriff's Office, but Steele will be brought back to Anderson County.
She's 17 years old. But you see the infighting that's going on right now. The amount of domestic issues, and you need to get up off your ass and actually start working and doing some work and stuff like that. You're not gonna tell me what to do. You're gonna do what I tell you to do. You living under my roof. I'm not paying no more for you. Yeah. There's a lot of these. These are a lot of the situations, conversations at the dinner table, y'all. I'm telling you. These are the dinner table conversations.
An upstate firefighter charged in connection to a child abuse case. We're bringing you the first alert on this. 33-year-old Timothy Cash is now on administrative leave from the Mayo Fire Department after the Spartanburg Sheriff's Office says that he was charged Thursday with unlawful conduct towards a child. So far, no other details are being released on this case.
I don't get it. Y'all so nasty.
Well,
Y'all so nasty. I don't get how you just really. Y'all just nasty, man. Y'all just nasty all the way around. It's just horrible. God don't like ugly. He ain't too fond about pretty.
Group gathering to protest today in support of a customer who says an employee put an oil change sticker with a racial slur on her car. 12 News reporter Emily Polfall spoke to her attorney tonight. She joins us live from the newsroom. Emily, we are learning how this all started.
Cyria, Michaela Starks' attorney says she went to the Kunes Buick GMC in Oak Creek in January for an oil change. When she got her car back, she saw someone put a racial slur on her service sticker. Starks identifies as biracial.
She describes it as just crying almost immediately and not really sure what to do. Contacted her fiance, they had a conversation. Fortunately, she has a great support system there, and, they immediately, tried to contact the dealership to get answers and hopefully to get the right thing. And that did not happen for them, and that's why they reached out to a lawyer.
A group protested outside the dealership today. Attorney William Sultan says Starks bought her car from the dealership last fall, then went in last month for a free oil change. He says when she got her car back, she noticed some functions on the steering wheel were broken and the oil change light was still on. Sultan says his client got calls and texts from the dealership saying workers left a tool in her car. He says it's then she noticed the racial slur on her service sticker.
Wow.
She thinks the dealership was lying about the tool to cover up the racist remark.
If you don't have a policy on anti-discrimination, we know that discrimination will occur. If you're not training on anti-discrimination, we know discrimination will happen, right? This is predictable.
Kunes Oak Creek, in a statement to 12 News, says, quote, this behavior and the hateful sentiment it implies are absolutely against our values as a company. There's no place for racism or discrimination within our dealership. Going on to say the company fired the employee responsible.
Emily, now Starks and her attorney are considering legal action.
Right. The attorney tells me that they want the dealership to pay for the damage they say workers did to her car. They also want the dealership to commit to anti-discrimination training. Kunes Oak Creek says they are conducting an internal investigation to see if anyone else was involved.
And we will definitely be staying on this.
Yeah, we're gonna stay on it because I want her to get her money. You why? Because we on the other side of the blessing, and the moment they do anything to us, they're coughing up. Even this, I just let me bring this up because this is definitely interesting. Like I just brought it up right now, just the fact that they're getting in trouble for the things that they do now.
Or something we're continuing to follow this morning. Sangamon County is offering
Ooh,
the
you
family
sound
of Sonia Massey's
sweet, T-boy.
$10 million deal settlement after a
Nation's new station higher now.
County Sheriff's Deputy.
What the hell is she looking
Arnie
at?
Krall spoke with local attorneys and the NAACP
What the hell you
about
looking
what
at,
the
lady?
next steps in the settlement
What are
could
you
look
looking
like
at?
and its impact.
As
Why
of
do you
early
keep looking
February,
over?
Sangamon County officials have proposed a $10 million settlement with the family of Sonia Massey after she was shot and killed in her home at the hands of County Deputy Sean Grayson on
Yeah, I
July
remember
6th.
this.
There's certainly no number that you can put on the value of a daughter or a sister or an aunt or a mother's life.
Attorney Roland Swanson Jr. focuses on social justice, personal injury, and criminal defense in both Missouri and Illinois. He's emphasizing this agreement from both sides came via mediation on Monday by a neutral third party.
How Sangamon
Say
County
her
is
name.
going to get the $10 million to pay out, they still have to decide, to my understanding. But that is the agreed upon amount.
Oh yeah, they're gonna find a
settling
way.
this unfortunate case.
Yeah.
On average, a settlement like this is about $1 million.
It's not getting
according to
tipped in your
Anders
favor.
Walker, a professor at St. Louis University's law school.
$10 million is a big settlement. That suggests either there's political pressure on the city to do something, or maybe there's more to the story. Maybe the city's not confident they could win this at trial. So it's a lot of money going to the family of the victim.
The agreement awaits final approval from the Sangamon County Board at its meeting on Tuesday. NAACP St. Louis County President John Bowman says it's a tragic story he's seen over and over again.
It seems like it's one thing after another with these not only black men being killed, but now black women.
Massey's story still getting national attention during Black History Month, Bowman using it to bolster the mission of his fraternity, Omega Psi Phi.
Here we are today, and my fraternity, our mantra.
Nope. See, and that's where we get cut off right there, because people keep thinking that these groups, these black groups that we have never really been a part of, and them groups have never wanted us to be a part of them. They've always been socially private, privately social groups. You know what I'm saying? Even in these group settings, y'all never actually contributed and actually looked out for them. It's been one of the largest groupings of our brothers and sisters, and y'all still can't even get shit right. NAACP, the Black Caucus, every fraternity, every sorority, every single church, every single mosque, all of these folks. We watched y'all for years, sat by, and I'm going to get mine, you better get yours. Every single one of y'all. All of y'all are under judgment right now, brothers and sisters, that have been partaking in this. And now you want to grandstand and you want a flagship, you want to billow under the wings of a dead sister. That's why I say ain't no hustler's remorse. People will sell you a $10,000 casket to your baby, your dead baby. And they the ones who did it. You know what I'm saying? That's how diabolical this earthly realm has gotten. Man's sin is so intricately confusing, complex, and just disgusting that people wear masks. Who are you outside of your badge? These Greek groups, fraternities and sororities? No. Judgment is in the hands of the Most High God right now. And nobody's exempt. None of the spiritual leaders that were out here, none of the people that were in these political positions, anybody who has been of influence, if you have not been walking upright or even repenting and turning around right now, yeah, even if you do that, you still got to go through the process. You just can't be like, oh, whew, I'm safe. Whew, I did my 7 Hail Marys. Whew, I'm safe. No. If I commit a sin right now, I'm going to have to pay for that. You just can't sweep that under the rug. And now these people realize that their judgments are happening in all folds, double time now. Either your ass is getting locked up and you getting stretched for putting your hands on the chosen children of this land, or you coughing up and paying up now.
It's protection of women. We stand on that.
Bowman is like many now waiting for Grayson's criminal trial to start.
He had several options. He could have tased her. He could have backed up. It's too broad.
Now he's locked up.
Guys, I'm 6'4", 250. This guy is 6'5", 260.
Annie Krall, 5 on your side.
Now, as the settlement awaits approval from the county board, 30-year-old Sean Grayson faces charges of first-degree murder, aggravated battery with a firearm, and official misconduct. He has pleaded not guilty.
So he in there. He about to get stretched, y'all. That's what's happening to these folks right now. Ain't no getting off of the hook. Ain't no more getting off of the hook from none of them. Period. Point blank. If you ain't gonna get caught up in with the weather getting you, or you gonna get caught up in your own legal webs because you want to grandstand behind the flag. Go ahead.
Last year, 23-year-old Katia Duenas Aguilar was found stabbed to death in Clarksville. Montgomery County grand jury indicted 35-year-old Sofia Rodas and Aguilar's husband, 40-year-old Reynaldo Cruz. At the time of the indictment, Rodas and Cruz were in federal custody on charges unrelated to Aguilar's murder. The two were extradited Friday to Clarksville, where they were served with indictments at the Montgomery County Jail. Rodas was charged with first-degree murder and tampering with evidence, while Cruz was charged with tampering with evidence.
So yeah, all these people that voted red or blue, yeah, you want to make America great again? You done signed up and you be all you can be and trying to be, Captain America, and lo and behold, you get in trouble. Everybody's 7 deadly sins is coming out. You got people who are jealous, who are envy. Envy is one crazy thing right now. People are scared because they envy what you are capable of. People hate me. People hate the shit out of me because of what I'm capable of doing. I'm a threat. You're a threat. We've always been a threat. You're smarter, you're stronger, you're faster, you jump higher. You're more calm, you're at peace. You're joyful, you're creative, you're original, you got culture, you got swag. You got beautiful skin, you got amazing hair. You're funny. So yeah, you got everybody else trying to get a drop. They're trying to get a drop of swag. And people are not measuring up. So they throw in their little pissy fits. Because whatever lane they was in is literally it's become an obstacle course now. All the lanes that all of these folks was in is becoming an obstacle course right now. You got potholes, you got water main breaks, you got sinkholes, you got debris, you got slippage. You got every obstacle in all of their lanes right now. That's tripping them all up to where it's making life hell for them, and they can't handle it. They don't have that survival gene that we got. And so because of that, they do the crime. Now they do the crime. They don't want to do the time. Y'all thought y'all was all y'all, you can be all you can be outside. And then now you ended up behind bars and you're like, oh man, I can't do this. I can't take this. Look how many brothers and sisters that y'all locked up because of planted evidence, because of what y'all did. And y'all thought that y'all can get away with these crimes. Nope, no sir.
Authorities are currently searching for 2 inmates that allegedly walked away from Jim E. Hamilton Correctional Center in Oklahoma. They are on your screen right now, and according to the Oklahoma Department of Corrections, 33-year-old Justin Turner and 42-year-old David James walked away from the LaFleur County Center at around 11:15 yesterday morning. Turner is 6 foot tall and 220 pounds. James is 5'10" and 160 pounds. Anyone that sees the inmates or knows where their location is, they're encouraged to not approach them and call 911.
He got devil horns on his head or something, but he got 2 things over both his eyes, smiling. You know what I'm saying? Like, these people are evil, man. And I don't know what's going on in Oklahoma in their prisons where people can just walk out like they do. But anyway, let's keep the party going.
Teenagers being charged in connection to a Metro East homicide, and investigators say one of the suspects is the victim's son. It happened Monday morning in Dupo. 18-year-old Bryce Rhodes, 16-year-old Kingston Todd, you see their pictures here, and an unnamed 15-year-old face multiple charges, including first-degree murder. Investigators say the 15-year-old attempted to buy a gun from Rhodes using counterfeit money. The suspects then pulled out more guns, leading to gunfire that killed Bryce's father, Cody Rhodes. 2 of the suspects.
111. I just saw that. And 111 right there, yo. There you go. And then you got 5 and 4 right there. That's 9. And you got 4 and 5 right here. That's 9. You got 10, 3, 7.
2 of the suspects tried to run off, leading to school lockdowns in that area.
The school was placed on lockdown early on And that played crucial with this because through evidence, we knew that one of the suspects was able to get pretty close to the Bluffview Elementary School here in town. So that precautionary step that was put into place played a great role for safety of the children.
Court documents say Bryce Rhodes knowingly tried to conceal evidence by removing a gun from the crime scene, putting it in a backpack. All three teens are in jail at this.
Yep, and they're all about to get stretched. That's what's happening to their kids now. They, you know what I'm saying? They have to move to the hood now. So now they got to be hood. They got to act hood. They got to gain some type of street cred. You know, you testing against they feeble and fragile ego and pride, and they got to back it up. And they got to protect themselves. So yeah, they're going above and beyond to do these things and getting stretched, and they trying to get out. They do these crimes and they just been like, oh, I got to get out. And they be fighting even 30 years down the line. You take somebody's kid out, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of people who still go through life like begrudging, still have hate and rage and anger and animosity towards the people who may have committed a crime against a family member. And they're like, oh, hell no, you're not going to get out of jail. You in there for life. You took a life. Now, that is one of the commandments. Thou shalt not kill. I believe it's the first one. Yeah, because you're not God. You don't do that. That is the ultimate crime.
Daughter, when she'd walk in a room, she'd light it up.
Warm words from Patty Branham as she describes her daughter, Christy Harris.
She was always smiling, cared about everybody.
Branham says her 19-year-old daughter was a young mother with a lot of goals ahead of her. That all changed on October 13th, 1994, when Christy was found dead in the backyard of Don Mills' Claremont County home.
They said that the first was undetermined, but they had said that she had drank a bottle of alcohol and choked to death. But then when they said that, I'm like, well, there's no way she didn't drink. She didn't hardly drink anything.
Branham's skepticism left her with more questions. She says several people, including here at Local 12, helped her get answers.
Deborah Dixon, she helped so much. She was the one who contacted parents of murdered children.
Branham says they had an independent pathologist who said the body needed to be exhumed. Just a year after Christy's death, a second opinion showed she had been murdered.
She not only suffocated, but they found like bruises and around her neck and different places. But there was a blade of grass that had went almost down into her lung.
18 months later, Mills was convicted of murder. He was sentenced to 15 years to life.
He denied murdering Christy until probably 8 or 10 years ago. In the letter, I got to read it, it was like everything was everybody else's fault, that they pushed him to do it and that he was scared.
Next month, Mills is up for parole once again.
It seems like every 5 years you have to relive everything all over again.
Mm-hmm.
And it crushes you.
That's what's going on with them now.
To flood the parole board
They're having to relive everything.
To help keep Mills behind bars.
If he gets out and something like this happens again, that'll crush me all over again.
Thanks for checking out the Local 12 YouTube channel.
Interesting part about that about him getting out is that their numbers are dwindling, and they need bodies. So yeah, there's a strong possibility. You know, they don't give a damn about her number. You know, this is a supply and demand.
Right here on your screen, 54-year-old Richard Willis Jr.
54.
Facing 19 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor after authorities say they found him with child sexual abuse material. The South Carolina Attorney General's office says investigators got a tip from the National Center for the Missing and Exploited Children about Willis. He was arrested yesterday and booked into the Dorchester County Detention Center. He was granted a bond of $28,000.
28. Damn. You see how low they try to get these people numbers based off of, because it's okay in their community to be doing these things. And so, yes, the price ain't going to be as severe as comparison to them doing a double, triple homicide, type of thing, and you decapitated somebody. They think that this child thing is okay in their communities like that, to where it's a little bit more understanding in comparison. That's weird now, but now they're being shown, they're being exposed as. You're being shown that. Just completely gone. No soul. You know what I'm saying? He's blamed every reason of the world for his reasons and stuff like that, instead of taking responsibility. That's why when I look at these, it just helps me grow the fuck up. Because it's like, man, I need to take more of my responsibilities for my actions and my words and my thoughts and things like that. So these are always lessons of just my own shadow work, but well, not a comparison to what they've done. You don't know who he's the offspring of. He could have been he's the grandchild of the person who oppressed my immediate family. We never know. We don't know. She could have been oppressed by his family. And now look at her. Now she's on the news channels. Great glory on how things have switched over the past hundreds of years for our folks right now, to where we're the voices that are actually speaking on the atrocities that they're doing now. Comparison to how much every day when I was a kid, I would sit there, be watching the news with my aunts or my grandmother or my mom or anything like that, or just on my own, reading the newspapers. I was a kid actually reading the damn newspapers. I used to read a lot, still do, but I'm just saying, like, it used to be, it's another killing, it's another killing, it's another killing. It was nonstop. All I seen was a black face, y'all. Nonstop, it was a black face. And then when they showed their little murders, like the lady just had right now, like investigation was like in 1991, 1994. It was so sweet. It was so swept under the rug. They got away with this stuff. But now that AI is into place, it's revisiting all of these cases, even much more better than any lawyer out there. The lawyers, damn near lawyers ain't gonna be able to have a job like they thought that they, go to school and be a doctor, a lawyer, scientist. Most of these positions, you ain't even gonna need no damn doctor. You ain't gonna need no scientist. You ain't gonna need no lawyer. Everything's becoming obsolete. All of you guys' positions are becoming obsolete. And you weren't even doing your jobs in the first damn place. So now that you're getting bumped out, now you lose your job, you're sad and you're depressed and shit like that. Now you're at home and you're drinking yourself to oblivion. Now you get overtaken by wine and spirits. And you get conjured up something. You conjured up that envy. You conjured up that wrath. You conjured up that lust. You conjured up that gluttony. You conjured up that envy. Conjured up that slothfulness. You conjured up something. You conjured up something. So yeah, this is really real. Really real.
Judge has now ruled that Charles Perry V will remain behind bars. Perry accused of killing his brother, David Perry. That his body was found with the gunshot wounds in a warehouse in North Charleston. Charles Perry was arrested back in December and charged with murder and possession of a weapon during a violent crime. During his bond hearing yesterday, the judge did not immediately deny his bond. During the hearing, the prosecution was also granted an order for a handwriting sample to potentially be used during his trial.
Brother on brother crime. It's not him against our folks. It's brother on brother. It's family on family crime, y'all. That's what I'm trying to showcase and express, that it is different out here, y'all. It's different.
Everyone, I'm Meredith Blair. Thank you for joining us. Dorchester County Sheriff's Office is asking the public to be on the lookout for a man connected to a double murder in New York. Deputies responded to a report of a suspicious vehicle this afternoon on Shortcut Road in Dorchester. They determined that the vehicle was connected to that man on your screen, Scott Mitchell. He's wanted by the Binghamton, New York Police Department on 2 counts of second-degree homicide. DCSO says Mitchell is considered armed and dangerous, and anyone who sees him, you need to call 911 immediately.
You got to understand that desperate times calls for desperate measures. And these folks are on the road. A lot of these folks are mules. If you're not in their chats, if you're not in their discourse, you're not in their comments, you wouldn't know that these things are happening. that people are really struggling. They're like asking their buddies, "Hey, you got a job for me? Hey, yeah, I got a job for you. I got this going down, or we got this. You can be a mercenary. You can be you can be one of these bounty hunters. That in Mississippi it only takes 40 hours for them to be a certified bounty. And so now you got the Gestapo. Now you got these witch hunts going on like they did back in slavery times, where you had people, wanted, we got a slave on the run. And there weren't no clear pictures. They just grabbed any old slave. Didn't even fit the description. Like, sir, that's not even me. That picture that's a fat guy. I'm skinny. It don't matter. You're a nigger. So yeah, you're seeing all of this stuff. You're seeing all of this stuff going on. It's different. It's different out here in these streets, y'all.
Date has been set for the next South Carolina death row inmate to be put to death. 67-year-old Brad Sigmund is set to be executed on March 7th. The South Carolina Supreme Court.
That March 7th, that ain't no luck. That's snake bitten. March 7th, 3-7, that's 10. What's the Sigmund? What does that mean? Oh, wow. I would not have known that. The last name, the Sigmund name, the family name Sigmund is of German origin and is derived from the personal name Sigmund, which means victory protector. Wow. Wouldn't have known that. Victory protector, y'all. Great glory. Wow. Michael is protecting our victory March 7th. Michael's in the midst. Great glory. Oh my goodness.
Rejected his request for information on the most recent execution for Marion Bowman. Sigmund.
That's the death of their victory. It's the execution of their victory.
Confessed to the 2001 murder of his ex-girlfriend's parents. Investigators say he beat them to death with a baseball bat at their home in Greenville. He then kidnapped his ex-girlfriend, but she was able to escape. Sigmund will have 2 weeks to decide how he wants to die. If he doesn't choose by February 21st, he will be electrocuted by default.
By default, you're going to get electrocuted by default. Man, he looks like the face off of the Wall-E movie. The one really sad, grumpy dude that was in the little Wall-E cart. Y'all, victory is over. It is a long time coming. It's been a long time coming. The change is gonna come. It's been a long time coming. The change gonna come.
Mount Pleasant police say a private band tutor has been charged in connection with sending inappropriate sexually related text messages to an underage student. 54-year-old Stephen Spalding has been charged.
54. What's the name of that name? Spalding. What is that? What does that mean? The name Spalding is a British surname that means divided field or members of the tribe of Spaldas. It has multiple origins. Members of the tribe of the Spaldas, Anglo-Saxon, which means cleft or ravine. What is ravine? Okay. Ravine. Spiritual meaning. What does that mean? Spiritual context. In spiritual context, a ravine often symbolizes a place of deep isolation, vulnerability, and descent. Okay, his name Spalding means ravine. So that's what I'm reading right now, ravine into the name Spalding. A place of deep isolation, vulnerability, or descent into darkness, representing a period of personal struggle, hardship, or a moment of deep introspection, sometimes signifying a need to confront inner turmoil or face a challenging situation in order to reach a new level of understanding or growth. Wow. Wow, that's amazing. Wow. Oh man, Yahweh, you are amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Holy Mother. I try not to cry when I see these things and I feel these things in my soul. I get these feelings in my soul. I get goosebumps when I see these things and read these things now because it's like I wake up to these things in my meditations and just the moment that I look at the first article, it just flows, it just rolls. So all praise to the Most High. Oh man.
In this case, he's charged with criminal solicitation of a minor. According to police, Spalding turned himself in just before 8:30 this morning. Officers started investigating this case last Friday when they were told about an incident between Spalding and that underage child. They say Spalding is not an employee of the Charleston County School District. They have not shared the age of the minor. Spalding was booked into the Charleston County Jail this morning.
So what is that? 9? That is the loop. That is the destruction of that ravine. The destruction and of avoiding this Spalding, this bouncing ball, this ravine. This is the death of avoiding, not thinking about, not having an introspection about solicitation and crime against the children of the land. That's what I get from that. Let's keep it going. I got my other tabs over here. Great glory. Great glory. We're finna run down with these right here because I finished up with these. I still got my prime black shadow work that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do separate videos of those, but it kind of like my own honesty with myself. I guess my own confessional booth that I probably do maybe later nights. I'm not gonna do them later nights, but I'll record them later nights just because I sit in my own little seance or whatever like that, burn a candle, whatever like that, just to kind of be more honest with myself and be honest with the people that it might be things that you may identify with and may not identify with, but I think it's just good to address them because we're always trying to live and grow and live. And this will be able to help me out. Obviously, I'm a man of love. I'm a no guy. I'm a man of love and I need to be more compassionate to myself. I've been saying that to myself too. Like I was making some eggs this morning and I realized how much I was distracted by other things. And even the day before when I was cooking, it was just like, man, stop being hard on yourself. And that's what I've been saying to myself a lot more when I start thinking and getting distracted or sad or depressed or anything like that. I just don't be so hard on yourself, Trey. You a good man. Some people may not understand it, they may not see it. But you're a beautiful person that the Most High has kept, just like all of you brothers and sisters out there. The Most High has kept you here for a reason. So yeah, I had to stop being hard on myself. Gotta stop thinking that, why you may feel unlucky or why these things may be happening to you. And I'm like, no, everything happens for a reason. Don't take what the Most High got for you personal. Everybody here on this earthly realm is going to commit crime. They're going to commit sin. Nobody's perfect. Everybody here is susceptible. That's why there ain't no exemptions. Because everybody partakes in it regardless of how many, little crystal veils they want to put up and try to mask themselves. No. I'd rather be wide open with the planetary family that's looking down at me in spiritual court right now at this Galactic Federation and acting like my shit don't stink. I am humble. I am broken down. Because I know the Most High has delivered me since I was 4 years old, that I'm here for a purpose, just like you brothers and sisters are here for a purpose. So this is what we're going to keep on rocking, rolling with. So let me move over to this one right here. But yeah. It's a crazy world. So much of this crime that these folks have been committing. So even for myself, I have to, So yeah. We're in good hands. We're in good hands. The Most High has been keeping us. We in good hands. Most High got us covered. Yeah, but this is one of them. Yeah, one of them. We're gonna run down these videos, but yeah, you see what's going on in the world over here. I got the music going. See, but people ain't paying attention. Literally just ran that person. Like, that was not too long ago. That was 14 days. That was 2 weeks ago. But yeah, you got people who ain't never driven in this country. Exhausted, you know what I'm saying? No sleep, driving and, you know, just running people off the road. Crashing, you know. It's a lot of traffic. It's a lot of backed up. It's a lot of backed up because a lot of these roads is messed up.
Exactly what you deserve in prison, and you know what's going to happen to you when you go to prison.
This lifeguard saved a drowning boy and was arrested and received charges for it. Zachary Stein, 23, a lifeguard, was lucky enough to save Adam Kartak, a 5-year-old boy, from almost drowning in a park splash pad. But instead of being thanked by his family, Zachary was arrested by police for endangering Kartak's life. Stanford police claimed that surveillance footage showed fewer than 8 children in the pool at the time, and that Zachary was the only lifeguard on duty. They claim that although Zachary eventually rescued Adam and performed CPR on him, he did not notice Adam was underwater for nearly 4 minutes. Police believe Zachary should have spotted the child much earlier. Surveillance footage doesn't show Stan using his cell phone or having any distractions, so it's not clear why it took him so long to notice. Zachary had been a full-time lifeguard there for 5 years, and now he's been let go because of this incident. He saved a family and was charged with reckless endangerment and risk of injury to a minor. Do you think this is a fair punishment for Zachary?
Yep. Yep, they're gonna find out. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Let's keep the party going. Let's keep the party going. Why does it do that? Every time I come over here for y'all, it always do that. Yeah. Hold on. Let me fix that. There we go. All right. Man, it's a lot going on. I'm gonna run through them now.
I mean, she could probably get charged with child porn.
Who, she can? She's 11 years old.
She's creating it, right?
She's 11 years old.
Doesn't matter. He's still making porn.
No, she's not. She's being manipulated by a grown-ass adult on the
Is she
internet.
taking pictures now?
You guys have a nice evening.
I'm trying to just see how they be justifying.
Hi.
Yeah, she's in bed now.
I mean, she could probably get charged with child porn.
Who, she can? She's 11 years old.
She's creating.
She's 11 years old, and they justifying that's the dad that's justifying that it's okay because he partakes in those particular type of things as well. So yeah, you got to be mindful of these folks. But they knocking on their doors now. They being investigated, you know.
Holy shit. Oh my God. That is the biggest fucking bird I've ever seen in my life. What the fuck? Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. This is snake season. You know, it's snake season. Found a snake thousand. Hundreds of baby snakes. It's the year of the snake. Snakes is on the rise. Good example of what happens when you don't stay in your lane. Exactly. And that's why being on these roads right now, these people are driving crazy, y'all. Telling y'all, they anger is heightened. They have issues with everything going on right now. I'm telling you, it is definitely heightened. Shocking moment caught on body cam. All these cops is getting hit on the side of the road. People not paying attention on the road. That's what's happening. Oh no, it ain't giving me. All right, we gotta take the sound back. Here we go. Yep. Woo! Shit. I didn't see that coming. Oh my god. Somebody didn't put the cap back on the meth pipe. Yeah. But you got a lot of people going to these people's places, these people's homes, and finding, unpleasant surprises. So yeah.
Jenna, stop! It's your mother or father! Jenna, look, turn around. Turn around. Turn around. How could you dare go into a stranger's car?
What are you thinking? Just explain.
Give me your phone right now. Give me your phone now.
What would have happened if you came out and it wasn't us sitting back here and there were really crazy people back here?
We never would have saw you again.
Exactly. Y'all give them these devices. Y'all give them all this extra freedom to do whatever they want. They cuss you out because you don't want to be a bad parent. You don't want to get... Nah. My mama didn't give a damn if she got looked at in the store for whooping my ass. I shouldn't have touched them damn Skittles. At the end of the day. But how these people are communicating with these folks, I don't get it. But I don't get it. Hey, baby with a shitty diaper. Look at.
Have you seen him around the area now? When the
Baby
officer
guy.
arrived, the first thing he noticed was the child's diaper, which was filled with waste, a clear sign of neglect. Considering that anything could have happened to this toddler, it raises the question, where are the parents? Didn't you live at 150? What's the phone number and contact you at? Is there do you guys have an emergency number for the office here? Do you know?
I don't know. I haven't really called up there. They're not very helpful. The one time he did call.
Okay.
I can pull it up for you.
Well, I'll see if my dispatch has something.
Okay. And he ran from this way. He's just knocked the trash cans over, ran that way. I don't know. I've never seen him before. But it looks like he's been through the neighborhood a good minute.
So, okay, yeah, because all these trash cans are him?
Yeah. All the trailer parks.
518. Can you have to contact the office here and have them come down to trailer 159 and see if they can help me identify this voice?
If I contact the trailer office?
Affirmative, see if they can identify this boy or possibly what trailer he belongs to.
There.
Parents is strung out on meth. They high somewhere. Doing something.
He's got mud all over him, dried mud, like he's been out for a little while.
It's a dirty diaper.
Yeah.
It's down to his legs and he's exposed under that shirt. So it's so I don't, and I was like, I don't know if he's a missing kid. I better real quick because I don't see any parents.
stay right here.
Please. We're real friendly. Do you like the flowers? They're pretty, huh? Yeah.
518, she's advising he goes to 157. He belongs to 157. 10-4. She's advising it's happened before.
Is that another kid?
Supposedly he belongs to 1, so that's gonna be this one over here. Can you come with me? Can you come here? Come, stay with. Tim, can you call one front door? It looks like they were out there on the 18th of last month for the same thing.
Upon confirming with dispatch, the officer was informed that this was the second time the parents had been caught with their toddler wandering alone in the street. Let's see what their excuse is this time.
Oof. Now you see that their children are the ones that are ending up in CPS now. CPS ain't coming to mess with us. I wouldn't expect nothing less from those people. That's what that one comment meant. Yeah, we left one comment. Typically, there's thousands of hundreds of comments of people. But yeah, this is the world that is popping up. But yeah, you see in a very different world right now with these folks. Oof. Wow. If you can't drive in the snow, do not go out. If you cannot drive in the snow, don't drive in the snow, because this is what's going on. Is that you got people who literally Crash Bandicoot, Mario Kart driving out here. These are the close-ups. These are the type of streets that I would be driving down to go to work, or go to my hotel after being tired from working all night. Working all night, and they had to be in conference calls and then check out of my hotel, pack up all my stuff, drive in the snow, staying awake, tired, and I gotta wait to get in the hotel. Sometimes the hotel don't let you in until 3. I may have gotten to the hotel at 1. So I'm waiting 2 hours before I can get in there. I get to my hotel. I get 3 to 7. That's 4 hours of sleep. I gotta go right back to work and work another 12. So yeah, it was a lot being out there and having to duck and dodge these folks like that. Oh, hold up. Yeah, my sound is not wanting to work today. But yeah, that's how hard it is out there. And you're not even just talking about, diesel drivers and stuff like that, because you got these folks out here who, got criminal records. Holy. Yeah. People just falling asleep while they driving, having many aneurysms and strokes and stuff like that. These people stressed out. And like I said, all that medicine and clog up them arteries, shrink those arteries where the blood circulation and flow is not getting to where it need to get to in the brain, and you yelling at the top of your lungs in the car, and you just kind of pass out.
Pick up power only numbers. Emergency video. Emergency video. Emergency video. So when you're done, emergency video. Relay.amazon.com, and we'll keep you hauling this season. Emergency video.
Stuck in debt and looking for a long-term solution?
He was worked out of his mind.
And a career that will run with. Emergency video.
Wow.
Emergency video.
But this is what they doing. You're just trying to run people off the road, just finding any reason to be mad. But they under the influence. And that influence is giving them influence to, to do what they do. So yeah, it is getting heavy out here. Oh yeah. Hold on, let me bring this back because hold on, what are you doing? Yeah, we're gonna run through these, get these out the way.
Oh, he's tripping.
He going harder with these days. He doing no tripping. He said he do it all. Crazy. Nah, you don't got it.
What the hell? Why it's top? Yeah, I don't know what happened with that one right there, but it's all good. Keep the party going. Okay, man stabbed in the neck for accidentally bumping into a stranger on the subway. And it just came and just yink right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, not even knowing. Just all over an accident. You know what I'm saying? Accidental, you know what I'm saying? You're going about your business. You got headphones on. That's just how much people are getting activated right now. Wind up acting out and crashing out. Everybody's in crash mode right now. Family finds 525-pound bear in crawl space underneath home that survived Eaton fire. So like all the animals coming back. Return of the bear. This was in Altadena.
Homeowner was dealing with before the Eaton fire broke out. Turns out the bear was still around after the evacuations. Eyewitness News reporter Amy Powell live now in Altadena.
Look at that. The bear was still around even after the
bear hiding underneath your home. And that's what one Altadena homeowner was dealing with before the Eaton fire broke out. Turns out the bear was still around after the evacuation.
Low key, the brother dude looked like the bear though.
Eyewitness News reporter Amy Powell live now in Altadena with how this all ended. Amy?
Well, Mark, the bear was apparently very comfortable in this neighborhood surrounding Eaton Canyon, actually apparently staying in the crawl space under a family's home while the fire swept through much of Altadena. Wildlife experts came up with a plan. The bear couldn't resist.
It's pretty small. It's about 30 inches wide and 20 inches tall.
Sammy Arbid can't understand how a very large bear managed to squeeze himself into the crawl space underneath his Altadena home. Arbid bought the house a couple of months ago, soon discovering the unexpected resident.
I have a Ring camera that's got a light on it, and I kind of just put it in the hole and into the crawl space, and there's a giant bear there. I couldn't believe it.
Arbid was working on a plan to remove the animal when the Eaton fire broke out. He and his family evacuated. When the evacuation order was finally lifted, a utility company was attempting to restore service to the house. Workers were surprised to find the bear still in the crawl space.
Imagine you being a worker, man, and you trying to go and do your damn job. You're like, oh, hell no, I don't give a damn about this job. This is not no bare necessity. This is not the bare necessities to be trying to be not worried about my worries and strife.
The bear, nicknamed Barry, is well known to neighborhood residents. Many have seen him roaming around the area. Experts
Humongous.
from the Department of Fish and Wildlife were called in.
Normally, a full-size grown bear is about 350 pounds. This one was 525 pounds, an enormous bear.
Because of Barry's size, the wildlife
Well, that's the 525. That's 12. Number 12.
team decided not to tranquilize the animal. They came up with a plan to lure the bear out of the crawl space, placing an irresistible feast inside a trap.
Within minutes, this bear came out, took the bait, and the trap door shut, and they successfully were able to capture this bear.
Barry was safely removed and taken to the Angeles National Forest.
He was actually a pretty mellow wild animal, ironically. But we want to be able to use our front yard.
You're being removed from the
bear has been
land.
tagged by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Our bid has covered up that crawl space, boarded it up underneath his home, and he's hoping the bear stays in the forest.
Yep. Nope, he's not staying in that forest.
Happening today, a proposed state law.
That is some heavy stuff to be knowing that your house burnt down and then the bear is still, still there. He ain't left. Okay, so look at this. Ancient oceanic plate rips apart beneath Iraq and Iran. It's interesting because I don't know if there was a tectonic plate, but I will look. So that's Syria, Turkey, and area of potential slab tearing. Okay, research team is investigating the influence of the Zagros Mountains and bending of Earth's surface. The team of international researchers led by the University of Göttingen has studied how the forces exerted the Kurdish influence in the bending surfaces in the past 20 million years. Their findings revealed that deep beneath the Earth's surface, oceanic plate, once the seafloor between the Arabian and Eurasian continents, is currently breaking off in a horizontal direction. This rupture is gradually extending from southeast Turkey to northwest Iran. The study highlights how deep-seated geological processes within the Earth's interior shape the planet's surface. The research was published in Solid Earth. When two continents converge over millions of years, the oceanic floor between them slides a great depth between the continent. Eventually, the continents collide, and masses of rock from their edges are lifted up into towering mountain ranges. So they've just been crashing into each other this whole time. So over millions of years, immense unexpected depth. Yeah, I just wanted to go over that. We'll go past it. I'm not going to read all that. And so let's keep the party going. Oh, yeah, I remember this. North Korea reopens to tourists just in time for a late leader's birthday. So North Korea is opening up to foreign tourists for the first time since it sealed its borders in 2020 during the pandemic. Beijing-based Koryo Tours will host $720 tours of Rasan, a city in the country's northeast, for about 20 tourists who can visit thrilling locations such as the sea cucumber breeding farm and the Pakistan, or whatever, combined foodstuff processing factory. Is just in time for one of the most important dates in the North Korean calendar, celebrating the birth of the country's late leader, Kim Jong-il. Kim ran one of the world's most repressive governments, according to Human Rights Watch, and his decision helped prolong the 1990s famine, contributing to the death of millions. His birthday party usually includes mass dances, fireworks, and circus performance, according to the tour operator. U.S. citizens won't be able to attend as they are still banned following the death of American student Otto Warmbier. I remember that, who was imprisoned in North Korea in 2016 and released in a vegetative state in 2017. He died a few months later. So yeah, we still not welcome over there. So yeah, as you can see, it's a different world. It's a different world, but it's still a whole new world that ain't going nowhere.
Today, some immigrant communities in California and their allies across the country are staying home from work or school or avoiding shopping or dining out. They're calling it a day without immigrants. It's an effort to show the significant contributions that immigrants make. Alyssa Gord reports.
Monica's in downtown Livermore is typically open on Mondays.
The ownership here decided that they wanted to close in support of our Latino community.
The restaurant will be closed and employees will have the day off to take part in a day without immigrants, a movement taking off on social media. Server Ariana Norte, whose grandparents immigrated from Mexico, says many employees at Monica's are immigrants.
You know, without immigrants, we wouldn't have food to serve. So I think that's mainly like our point in doing
Without Black people, y'all wouldn't even be here.
that and showing people that like this is how it would affect you and how it really does affect us all.
We're joining that demonstration, that day of action here in the Bay Area, and we're calling for people to join us, to not go to work, not go to school, for students to not go to school or walk out.
Around the Bay Area and across the country, businesses are closing and activists are organizing public events, including a rally plan.
All they doing is organizing and spying on who's who and who's involved.
For Oakland. In part, it's aimed to protest the deportations and rolling back of immigrant protections by the Trump administration. But another goal is to highlight how immigrants, whether they came here with authorization or without, contribute to our society.
You know, we want to make a statement that that not only are we really important to the economy of this country, but that we have a right to be here, to live here.
While some will be rallying, others may demonstrate more quietly.
So I just plan on
How do you have a right to stay in somebody's house? Like, it's their house. Their name is on the lease, on the deed. They're paying the mortgage. You're a guest. And you're saying that you have a right to be at their house just because of, you know, I come from this place, I come from that place. Hey, I took your trash out. Hey, I washed your dishes. So I deserve to be in your house. But you got a whole house over there. Yeah, but this is my house now. Your house is my house now. Huh?
staying home and probably just reading or something.
In Livermore, Ariana hopes this day of action helps highlight the humanity of the immigrants in our communities.
It's huge for me. It affects everything about me. It's like they are my people. They're my family, even if they're not from Mexico.
Today's
Were we your family? We're not from Mexico. We don't. We still get treated the way we been getting treated. It ain't changed.
Tase him.
Tase him. Come on. Dude, I swear to God. Holy fuck.
Even 3 dudes couldn't take down a brother. You know, look how powerful, strong, and smart and resilient we are and stuff like that. Even in the midst of all of that, Like, dude is literally a tank. You never know what his superpower is and stuff like that. But yeah, literally that you got rookies on the job now.
Uh-oh, watch out, Daddy.
You got pig on pig crime. There you go. You're gonna get through them. Pig on pig crime now.
Nigga jumped down this balcony on some drunk shit.
On some drunk shit.
He almost died, blood.
At Pride.
Am I walking? I'm walking. Come with me, bro. Unhand me.
We keep trying to save them, being capped to save a nigga. No. He wanted to fall off of the roof and he wanted to go. But you know, that spirit hopped up in him and said, hey, you ready to go? I just want to show them just how much y'all disturb nature. Like the bird is chilling. He's wrapped up. You know, he's in this little empanada state. Y'all keep going out of y'all way to mess with the wildlife and the animals. It's another one. Yeah. We got a straight mountain lion in the tree right here. This would have been my last day at work. Now he looking at you. Yeah. Nature is on the rise, y'all. Nature is not playing no more. Only in Houston. Yeah, it was just something funny. I ain't gonna lie, I've seen a lot of funny stuff on the road. This ain't one of them I've seen, but would have been nice. But yeah, you got all these people trying to protest around the whole world about what's going on with them and stuff like that. But it's like, dude, just a little too late. You know, you expecting us to come to y'all rescue. That's not what we're doing no more. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not going out of our way to be going and grandstanding for everybody else's plight and situations or circumstances. Y'all was just sitting there looking at us while we was going through it. Promise y'all. It would have been nice if the civil rights leaders would have had a leaf blower to blow all that damn smoke out of the way. But yeah. American crime. Yep. Whew. Fell a long way. All that going door to door. It fell 25 feet. That ain't no lucky number. That ain't no lucky fall. That wasn't no trust fall. You know, but they still going door to door. Going door to door.
The beak. Oh, he's getting mad. He's getting mad. Oh, he's getting mad. Watch out. Watch out. Okay. Oh my gosh. Marwan, here we go. Ready? Put it in there. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Oh. One more time. One more time. He's mean.
3 times.
Let's put him back in there. Oh, he's hungry. Wow, he's mean. Let's close that before he gets access. Look at that.
See, and y'all keep mocking and messing with life, messing with wildlife and things like that. Y'all used to do that when y'all hung us from trees. Oh, this, all of this and that. Yeah, y'all go across the land on the land, the air, and the sea, messing with stuff and destroying everything, messing with the blessings. So,
Motherfucker! Get out of the road!
That thing's fucked up.
What are you doing?
Yep, that's what y'all have done throughout history towards the animals, plants, and the original people of this land. Now you guys are being overtaken. You guys are being possessed now. Throwing beer and all that stuff. Yeah, those wine and spirits are coming out. They wilding out everywhere. I mean, they just keep going outside and then ending up in these circumstances where they, you can't have no fun nowhere. We can't have no, I mean, we can have fun, but being around them, it's not gonna happen that way.
The niggas switch sides and try to play.
Like, it's interesting. I was watching this because like it can never catch us, or they can never he ain't even running that fast. I'm just saying. Even when we ain't trying, it's still effortless. Even when we just cool and calm as a cucumber, it's still effortless how we move, how we talk, how we move, do anything. It's when you don't follow directions.
É uma página em branco. E o meu presente é o que mais importa. O meu futuro é uma página em branco. E o meu presente é o que mais importa.
Yeah, you'll follow directions next time. There ain't nobody else over there standing right there, but just you. Just you. Worldwide insecurity temperature check. You know how people like put the cake in your face? This is girl. This is Boo Thing, and she was ready to go swing off on him. He was ready to go. Yep, that's some domestic violence case. Oh, you're not going to embarrass me. Yeah, we're going to keep it going. But that's what's going on.
Hey guys.
He's going to the other door. Wait, I found my phone. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You got a knife trying to stab him.
Hey guys.
Crazy fat guy with a knife trying to stab the glass of an In-N-Out. Yep. Just overly excessively drinking.
Go, salt. Move, lick your salt. Lick the rim. There you go. Is it water?
Is it good?
It's water. Nice try, Applebee's.
Yeah. More and more. Trying to go for the high score. There's no need, but y'all won't stop. You guys are trying to drown your wolves.
Let's have a conversation.
Hammered. She's drunk. She's all the way out of it. And look at this dude right here. He's looking at her. He's paying attention. He's watching. He's looking. That's somebody's daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's exactly what's going on. People always watching you when you out and about, and you conducting, behaving like that. Yeah, being all the way under the influence. Oh, let me catch you. Oh, let me catch you.
35 carries, gonna buy 35 carries. Now, yeah, that's 35,000. 35,000, yeah. Now I'm gonna be flying to success. Now driving to success.
Here's my kayak. Won it in a raffle for $10.
I show this.
35 carries.
I show this because it's a whole different world out here where you got a lot of everybody else's. They are adopting whatever ways that we used to have right now. And they make it look horribly disgusting. So that's why I just have to broadcast that. You know, it's just, you see that, and it's like, oh no. How far we have come, y'all.
Grace, back up. This is not gonna be
Back up. We gotta back up.
Oh shit! Go on it, Hannah. Hannah.
Light the whole damn house on fire.
Shit. We need to get it started.
Everybody want to keep playing around. The cedar fire wasn't playing with them. I was like, oh, y'all want to play with me? Oh, let me play with y'all. You see what I'm saying? See how the elements is not working in their favor? How idiotic they are? That they could be doing stuff like this? That's crazy. That's crazy. Knock the whole transformer down. Just hit a pole and yeah, just damn near short circuited everybody in the damn vicinity. This is let me see. Let me see. I skip nothing. Yeah. Wally World can't go around this. Oh, my sound is out. Yeah, but everywhere we go, they finding a reason. You looking at me? Why you looking at me? You know what I'm saying? It's an instant reason for them to want to fight and shit.
Swing that shit. Swing that shit.
Y'all tripping.
Come on. You do not want to go to jail in Walmart.
Y'all tripping.
What's up? What's up? Yeah.
Leave, sir.
Anybody playing me? Come on.
Sir, leave.
That's why I have to be here to tell my brothers don't engage with anything like that. Everywhere I go, I'm just seeing this where they do the same thing with me. I ain't even looking at you, bro. I ain't even looking at you, man. Literally. I don't even know who you are. I ain't never met you in my life. But that's what it's turning out to be now. That's what it's turning out to be for them. And we ain't engaging with it. But if you do like that, that's what I'm trying to tell my brothers, man. Y'all got to stop doing that. Don't be tripping on them. He already messed up. He already dealing with what he dealing with. This is LA. So there's another reason why in LA that ain't nowhere to park. Because everybody park. It's jam-packed. Can nobody do their job out there right now?
Take a look at this video. This is the Los Angeles Fire Department, and they are attempting to use the hydrant to fill up their fire truck, but there's a vehicle parked in front of it, which you're never supposed to park in front of a hydrant, but they're able to reroute the water to the side using this device. You can see it was inches from the vehicle.
Yeah. You see that more often than not. Yep. Everybody finding bears under their house. Look at this. Big old bear just chilling under his house. You see that? The bears is under their house. The snakes are coming in through the doggy doors. You know what I'm saying? ending up in the toilets. They all living in, well, I wanted to showcase this because you have a lot of roommate situations with these folks now. And it's getting real dicey in those type of, roommate situations now, or, having apartments sharing and stuff like that, room share and stuff like that. You got a lot of issues that are sprouting up where people are fighting in these situations now. People, feeling like because they have to downsize, it's affect people. It affect people too, where they gotta, coordinate around and do all these different things. But yeah, let me keep it moving. Run through all of these. The animals, got a lot of animals. And that the year of the snake. That's the year of the snake. The snake out in the middle of nowhere. In the middle of nowhere. Pops up, and reminds them. The snakes are popping up and reminding them. My sound went. Hold on, let me get this out of the way, y'all. Hold on. We're going to get through these. We're going to get through them, y'all. We're almost there. I know this was definitely a lot. I had this all backed up over the weekend.
This right here about to open the way for us. Open sesame!
Nope.
God must have changed the password.
Yeah. Yeah, as funny as it is, God did change the password on y'all. Y'all don't have the power. Y'all don't have emotion. And it's showing. It's showing. It's funny to y'all until it ain't funny. It's funny to y'all until y'all find out. So, oh yeah, this one right here, rat problem.
Oh,
Yep. The rats and the snakes. Yep. The rats and the snakes are popping up, y'all. And this goes to show that, what the jobs that they've been doing are not blessed. Like how much they've been getting by on deceiving people, and then you end up paying, $20,000, $50,000 a month for rent. Removing vinyl flooring glued to concrete with an air compressor. That's what you've been walking on. You're wondering why your house ain't been heating up, This is one right here. They've been always just trying to destroy the blessing.
There in the road is a white-tailed.
But the blessing sees them, and they see every shot they try to take at them, duck and dodge. That's how much they can't get close to the blessing anymore. They can't even shoot any of the deer anymore. You can't even shoot any of the deer anymore.
Take it away from him. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Tell me where you're at. Take it away from him. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Tell me where.
Yep, that road rage is real. Yep, that road rage is real when you can't pay them bills.
You can't pay, we take it away. Look at this. Look at the face of that sad, lonely guy. It's all good. Couldn't afford to pay his bill. But you know what? It's all good because we got our material back. And that's all that matters. So ain't no free yard in this town. That's how we do it.
So they just came and took that whole, that fake land, that fake, removing the land from them. Removing that. No, y'all not getting away with none of that crime no more. None of that crime y'all used to do. Starting to show itself now. So yeah, we almost done with these right now. I'll let y'all go in a little bit. Get something to eat. I know I'm about to eat. Sun going down right now too. Let me see. Let's cover this real quick. See, they're trying to commit all these little petty crimes now. You can't get away with it no more. Can't get away with it no more. Now they spiraling down the hill. Spiraling down. Spiraling down. Spiraling down. Exactly, just that. Spiraling down. Oh, excuse me. Let me see. Oh, this is not working. Yeah, I went through a lot of videos, y'all. There's a lot of videos. Yeah, I'm almost done.
Yeah. Are you okay? I'm married. You're married? You're passed out on a stack of blocks. Rocks. You can't go home with me. I don't want to go home with you. Are you okay? I'm okay. Okay.
Yep. Too much alcohol. You got a lot of alcohol going on. They all mad. They sad and they mad and they miserable.
This pond, this is HOA property. That means I own it.
Leave me alone or I'm gonna get my dad or you're gonna be swimming with the fish.
Oh yeah, is that right? Ooh, I'm so scared. The fish inside this pond. This is HOA property. That means.
Yeah. Just how they used to be messing with our kids. Now you see them. Now you see them. They're not getting away with none of that stuff no more. That's what you're dealing with. Regardless of wherever you at, you're dealing with this stupid amounts of road rage. Just road rage is real right now, y'all. And in they realm right now, that's what is going on right now. Flipping people off, and you don't know how these people feeling today. You know what I'm saying? Do to catch up to you and shit. Realize he was coming, follow you. Just a little foreshadowing. You don't know what these people going through. People finding a reason. This is in Chicago. And so, yeah, pull right up on the side of you and ready to just blast you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where people's heads is at right now. They don't care. What if I shoot you? Pulls a gun out. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how this is how these people feeling right now. Mad, their football team lost, their basketball team lost, their girlfriend leaving, they lost their job. Like, yeah, it's a lot of these things that are compounding. And even then, we got this going on too with the ley lines. This helicopter spinning out of control. Yeah, they can't fly no more. It's not even allowing them to get up. It's not even allowing them to fly anymore. So yeah, we're gonna leave it off on that, y'all. You know, we covered a whole bunch today, but like we show you, man, there's so much going on from the big level to the little level. The little level, as you can see, it's been consistent, it's strong, it ain't getting worse. I mean, it ain't getting better. You see it getting worse. You're seeing people acting up and don't know how to handle themselves, don't know how to contain themselves. They're getting reckless and wild out here. And yeah, it's about to get bad. It's about to shut down, as you can see, on all the global scales. A lot of things have gotten shut down. And it's shutting down everybody else's way of life, way of their thinking, and taking it out on each other in all levels. So 83 is busy. You know, Esau's on a seesaw, and they ain't no more hee-haw. So I just wanted to bring all the stuff that I had, you know, piled up and let that be, you know. But yeah, man, it's just one of them days, just one of them times that it's just amazing to be living in, and just giving all praise to the Most High. Truly, you know, being at peace and being at, you know, calmness, and just keep taking care of yourself, stay in your lane. That's why I keep showing all of these things. Just stay in your lane, you know. We staying in our lane and ain't no traffic. The moment we start focusing on them and think about them and worrying about them and trying to save them and all that stuff, that's when we start veering off in the wrong direction, going in the wrong direction. They're going in the wrong directions. As long as we're not on the road that they're going in the wrong direction, we're not the ones that they're going to hit. They're going to end up, they hitting the trees that they hung our peoples from. The trees are just jumping in, you know, in the vicinity of them right now. So that's what it is right now, y'all. We just got to keep staying out of the way, bobbing and weaving, staying focused. So, but yeah, until next time, appreciate everybody that's been tuning in, tapping in. This was a nice long session that we had just to cover everything, get it out of the way. And we're going to bring some other stuff and get some other goodies. So enjoy your night, and we will catch up again. Shalom, family. Shalom.